Are we back? Are we back? It appears so. Well, that was interesting. That was interesting. All right, I think we're back. Welcome back. All right, we did call it depth, right? Yeah. Let's see. Check if depth is equal to the number of pods. Come on, AI. Come on. Okay, so if, let's see, we have a length of pods.item. Okay, this looks... The one thing that I dislike about this is I can't really see it without accepting it. Not easily. So I kind of just have to go for it. And I can't accept the whole thing because tab completion is broken. Let's delete that. Okay, if the length is not equal to the number of tree specs depth, so this looks right. That looks right. It's not recommending any of the other stuff. Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, why are we not up here? Thank you. Why are we not indenting properly? I don't know. Let's see. So basically what we're going to do is create this tree like this based off of the depth. So depth of 3 should have this many actually, oh, that's true. This is wrong, right? The number of pods wouldn't equal the depth. We could, instead of making this depth, we could make it just the number. Which might make this a little... We could calculate the depth because for this, we're assuming a full B tree. Which means we could definitely calculate because, you know, each one just doubles. But maybe we do it this way. Instead of calling it depth. We call it something like count. All right. My internet just died. My internet just died. And then came back. So, you know, there's that. I'm thinking about getting Starlink because this internet is proving to be pretty bad. Let's see. Starlink. What is it called? Specs. Specification, Starlink. Maybe this one. So they say 5 to 10 megabytes per second upload. The weird thing is, supposedly the service I have has more megabytes per second up than Starlink does, but I don't actually ever achieve what they recommend or say that I can. So I'm thinking about doing this because if it's more stable, I don't know how stable it is. But I have lag. Yeah, I mean, my current internet solution is pretty garbage. Is pretty garbage. I miss Spectrum has cable 1,000 feet from me. 1,000 feet from me. They won't do it. They'd have to run it on like 12 telephone poles. And they're like, oh, the licensing to do that would just be too much. I know. And then we have a fiber provider. What's their Frontier? I have a fiber provider, and they currently have a V1 network that they're not taking any new customers on, but is at my house. And then they have a V2, which they're putting all their new customers on, but it is not at my house. And they don't know when they will get there. So, I have crappy internet, and I hate it, All right. What are we doing here? Okay, so really, if it doesn't meet, we need to delete all the pods first. Delete all old pods. So if it doesn't match, we're going to assume that it's been changed. I don't really care whether it's been changed or not. If it doesn't match, we're just going to assume that we did something new. Okay, so anybody that's new, maybe this doesn't make sense to you. There was, let me find it really quickly. I gotta dumpster dive really quickly. I should be able to find it pretty quickly. Let's see. Search my notes. Let's see. This was posted on Twitter. I'm looking for it. So basically there was this challenge posted on Twitter, and people basically said, if you can solve this, we're hiring. We started working on it the other day, and then my internet died. Surprise. This is not finding it. Let me try a different search. Actually, I know of a better way to find this. I don't know why this is not searching properly. I'm bad tool. I need a better tool for my notes. I actually 100% need a better tool for my notes. My notes suck. But I know where I found this. Here we go. Here we go. Jano, what's up? How are you doing? All right. So, what happened? There was this challenge. Vic said, I have a very simple question. I asked her in phone screens, print each level of a tree on a separate line. I didn't go to software engineering school. I was like, okay, seems pretty easy. You're just breadth first search. You know, I could probably do this. I've never done it, but I could probably do this. This seems to make pretty easy sense of how we would do it. I was like, so we'll do it some way that's kind of stupid. But then somebody, the CEO of Turo, said, if you can solve this problem using Go, Kubernetes, SQLite, we are hiring at Turo database. Well, now the challenge has been set. Challenge has been accepted. We're doing this using these, but we're even doing more because we're gonna do some Rust controllers. We're gonna leverage Istio because we're trying to get hired, so we wanna show that we can do a business-ready application. So we're gonna leverage Istio. If you can't tell the sarcasm in my voice, I'm leveraging this to actually make fun of some people's hiring practices. We got some operators in here. Yeah, we got some operators in here. So we're actually leveraging 2 Kubernetes operators. This is definitely a microservice architecture. We have lots of services. So this is basically how we're going to solve this. We might actually use Limbo instead of SQLite, because SQLite is kind of old school and Turo actually is making Limbo. So, you know, since I'm trying to get hired, we might just use the new and improved SQLite Limbo instead of SQLite. We'll see how that works. So yeah, RDJ Power, how are you doing? So that's the rough idea of what we're doing. We're working on this. So the idea was that our B tree that we print out here, this B tree, that's here, is actually stored in containers, in pods. So this is going to be pod 1. This circle here is going to be, you know, pod 1. This is going to be pod 2 and 3. You know, pod 4, pod 5, pod 6, and pod 7. Yes. So, anyways, I know that a lot of people on my YouTube channel have been asking for me to do another Kubernetes operator video. And so this is going to be my next Kubernetes operator video. We're going to hopefully learn through this. We're going to do 2 Rust operators. And the cool thing is we're going to have services that interact with these operators. So I actually think that despite this being a ridiculous thing that we're doing, we're going to have some learning from it. That's kind of the hopeful goal here, is to do something fun and stupid while also getting to learn something from it. Hopefully. It's like my most requested video. I'm not lying. I can show you. Not my most watched video, mind you. Most requested video though. Let's see. See, you guys are asking, and we can go to like this video and look at the comments. Lots of people making this same comment. I get one a month probably. That's how often we Oh yeah, look at this. 2 months ago, write more. I'm telling you, about once a month, I get a request for more Kubernetes operators videos. Okay, so not my most watched video, but definitely people like it. So All right, Kubernetes operators are super simple. They're super dumb. They're super simple. Making any sufficiently complex piece of software is difficult, and usually you're using an operator to manage another sufficiently complicated thing, which does mean that it's complicated, but not because operators are. I don't think. Maybe I'll do like a all you need to know about Kubernetes operators introduction class that's like an hour long. That might be fun. I need to do some of those. I think those do pretty well. Okay, anyways, we're doing this here. We can get rid of that. Yeah. All right, we can do this. Let's see, printing each level. Okay, so we're building this B tree right now. Well, actually, we're deleting all the pods. Never mind. Okay, so basically what we're saying here is if there's not the right number of pods, we assume that somebody changed it. Now, that's kind of a bad assumption in a general operator, but it's okay for our operator. And so we're going to now recreate it. Create new pods. Let's see. Let's see what this does, because one thing that this has to do is link the parents. I don't know why it's giving me one line at a time. So it gives an owner reference, but it's not tracking the owner. We'll see. We'll see what it does. Thank you. One line at a time with no indentation. Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Is GoPools not installed? Is GoPools not installed? I'm wondering if GoPools isn't installed correctly. After we get through this painful AI generation, my goodness. My goodness, that was painful. Okay, we are done there. This is not quite right, but that's okay. We'll deal with this. This got the template out. Let's see if GoPools isn't installed. Dane, an absolute legend. How are you doing? You know what? Let's update all of those. That won't cause any. So GoPools is installed. We've got it right there. Indentation is not working properly, okay? Oh no, the C# language server failed with exit code 145 and a signal 0. There's no coming back from that. None. All right. Oh, you're writing some PHP. So you got that Lambo money. We're just scrubs here, working hard for our money. Let's see if this now works. That was closer? Like, that was closer. We are working on this challenge right here. And by this challenge, I mean, we're building a system that is completely ridiculous to do a ridiculous request. This was a ridiculous request to solve printing each level of a binary tree using Go, Kubernetes, and SQLite. So I took it one further and made it enterprise ready with microservices and everything. All right. I know that Go is not my favorite language, but do you know what one thing is that I super appreciate about it? And I know this is going to trigger 11 of the 11 viewers that I have right now. I guess that's what we call a hot take, right? Right? So maybe this is a hot take. Maybe this is a hot take. Because I'm actually a little confused as what the definition of a hot take is. But tabs are superior to spaces. And by default, Go uses tabs. And I'll tell you why. If you want this indented less, great. You can have it indented less because you can configure what a tab is to you. And I don't care. Now, if you use 2 spaces, 4 spaces, or 8 spaces, it doesn't matter to me because you defined exactly how far it is. This is a mono-typed font. So not only is it an accessibility option to use tabs, allowing what makes more sense. I like mine to be more because I have a hard time reading. And so this actually really really pulls out what's in what and makes it easier for me to read. Why is this here? That shouldn't be there, right? Okay. That was weird. And same here. What the garbage did this AI do? Oh my goodness. Okay, anyways. So not only does it do that, but it allows you to have it how you like. Spaces is actually like hard coding a optional thing. I don't like spaces. Tabs are not real. That's the point. Tabs aren't real. It's an arbitrary indentation, which is what we want, is an arbitrary indentation. Right? We're saying this is indented 1 level. That's exactly what... Now, how long a level is, it doesn't matter. It's 1 tab instead of some arbitrary number of spaces to make it look right to you and your... I get so angry about the spaces. Now, don't get me wrong. I use spaces in projects because most IDEs handle them fine now. And so it's fine. It's whatever. But I actually do prefer tabs, and I think it's a better, superior way of doing it. There you go. Why did we expect... maybe I messed up. I thought I was fixing this, but maybe I screwed it up. Okay, this should be that. This should be that. This should be... oops. That should not be that. There we go. Okay. And now we need another brace here, right? We need that. We have messed up. This should be down here, right? Because that's I'm not sure what we've done here. That's this one right here, okay? And then this one is to the pod. So it should be here. Right? And then this one is to this spec. So it should be here. This one should be here. This looks correct. This shouldn't have been tabbed in too. What is going on here? The AI did something. I'm blaming the AI, even though I might have done it. All right. So we're like an extra curly brace. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, what are we doing here? This one is to this, which looks right. Okay, well, we got that cleaned up. Expected operand, what did you expect? Sub-Zero to 100. Welcome. How are you? Were 8 space tabs invented to make use of super wide screen monitors? Yes, yes. You had to you had to make it make sense. Like, you know, you had to tell your wife that there was a reason you had to have the widescreen monitor. And so, of course, that's why I started using 8 space tabs. Please. Honey, I need this monitor. I need it. Why? Because 8 space tabs are what all the cool kids are using. You don't want me to make a pull request with 6 space tabs? Please, I would get mocked out of my career. Well, awesome. You're more than welcome to lurk around, Sub-Zero. What are you using? I'm just using Vim. Just plain old Neo Vim. Nothing fancy. Obviously, it's not quite working. Well, I say it's not working. I screwed this code up somehow. Oh, it's just this, right? This is the end of the pod. The AI did that. I did not put that comma there. Okay, the AI actually screwed that up really badly because it had these here, which were screwing up the indentation and everything. Whatever. Okay, so we deleted all the old pods. We are going to create pods, but the one thing that we need to do here is ensure that these are linked properly. You got the 49 ultra wide? Are you on the 8 space tab indentation? You need the black champion hoodie in the Vans? I don't have a van. I have children, but I didn't get a van. This is also not a champion hoodie. I don't know if you were making a joke about me. I have neither of those things. I have neither. You'll test run 8. I have this as an add-on, enabling the white space. Develop neck pain by line 200. Yeah, I like them. This does like yeah. It's not perfect, but it tries to like highlight which indentation you're currently in, which is pretty cool. I say it tries because it's one, like this is actually this indentation here, so it's a little wrong. And this is actually, I guess it's still this, which is still this, but I would actually call it this indentation, but it's okay. It's acceptable. I like it. Okay, moving on. So what we need to do is link these pods together. So when we create pod 1, pod 2 and 3 should be linked to it because we're making the binary tree in pods. Yes, if you're just starting, I know this is a terrible thing that we're doing. We're doing it for edumacation and learning. Although those two things are highly linked. And for fun. And for fun. Well, it's a lot tied to like, okay, so Rust doesn't have this problem. Because the issue here with this is that really you're in this for loop and you're really just creating this pod. So it's actually correct. But the Rust language server handles this, whereas the Go one doesn't. So it is also dependent on your language server and how it deals with this type of stuff. Go pools is awesome. All right. So okay, back to what we're doing. We need to link these up. So we're creating pods. We're giving them a name. What's the percent? We have the tree name and I. So this is just yeah. Good. The namespace, the owner reference here is the UUID to this tree. So this is how we know which tree is ours. But what we want to do, how are we going to embed the children of this one? Do we want to do it as a label with pod like 3, 4? Is that what we want to do here? I feel like it is. Let me see. So we're gonna do labels here. Children, maybe? Children? Now, how are we gonna do this? We're building a B tree. We gotta do this logically, though. Oh, this might be harder than I was thinking. Because this one's gonna have these two, but this one's not gonna have any, right? So we almost need to calculate the depth of the B tree, which should be pretty easy, right? How do we calculate the depth? Because it doubles each time. So if you have 3, the depth is 2. If you have, in this case here, we have 7, so the depth is 3, right? But if we did another layer, you know, that would be 1, 2 pods here. Let me delete that. We'd have 1, 2 pods here, 2 pods here, 2 pods here, 2 pods here. So 7 would be added by 8. But in theory, we could just have not a full layer, right? We could just have that. Right, which means this one wouldn't have children, but this one would have children. And yes, I know, balanced, it would be like this. I understand. I understand. And the reason I was saying this is we can't just label this with its children before knowing if it has children, right? Does Go have a B tree type? Like, do we create a B tree prior to this? Okay, I'm sure that it does. Let's find a Go B tree. That's the solution. Go B tree. I did BE tree. I'm an idiot. Okay. I'm sorry. This package provided in-memory B tree implementation for Go, useful as an ordered mutable data structure. All right. This package, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I just want to use it. Show me. What's a B tree G? Do I even want to know? Okay, how do I import? Where's your import? I just want to import you. I am here for the documentation. Okay, let's just jump here and just hack it off of this. Here we go. Swoot! Look at this, best viewers. They understand. They understand that I didn't want the cheapest viewers. I wanted the best viewers. Honestly, this is congrats to them because, you know, usually people are just offering me cheap viewers, and I say it over and over again. I don't want cheap viewers. I want the best viewers, which are the ones I already have. Thanks everybody for being here, by the way. I super appreciate it. You all are absolutely awesome. All right, we're just going to use this. Okay, we're not going to do that. We're going to do B trees. All right, you know, we can just delete this. Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay, viewers at reasonable prices. That would be hilarious if somebody came on with that. Okay, viewers at reasonable prices. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to build a B tree object. That way, we can know whether a pod is supposed to have a child or not without recreating all the B tree. I know that's kind of cheating, but I like cheating. All right, wait. So I still didn't see how to, is there an example? No example. The API is based off of the wonderful this. Okay. I just like an example. Not that helpful. So we can make a B tree of a type. The B tree is an implementation of a B tree, stores an item in an ordered structure, allowing for easy insertion, removal, and iteration. Good. So we're just going to have a B tree of int, right? We have a new function. Creates a new B tree with a given degree. For example, creates a 2, 3, 4 tree. Each node contains 1 to 3 items and 2 to 4 children. We don't want that, right? Honestly, I don't care if it's a binary tree, like a binary search tree, or just a B tree. I was gonna make a binary search tree, which then, you know, isn't this. Is there a binary search tree? Maybe I should search that. BOGO to BOGO. Here's a BST. Here's a BST. You just... Gotta get those BSTs. That sounds... I probably should stop saying it. Oh, this is actually kind of cool. That's kind of cool. This is not what I want though. If it's 10 years ago, this is not using generics. I don't want that. A simple binary tree, that's good. Generic implementation, good. Okay. Let's do this one. I don't have to do a binary tree or a BST. It sounded right though. It sounded right. It just looks pretty. I don't know. We're gonna delete that. We're here. Let's see. Actually, we'll do this. Create BST of ints that will represent. Oh, look at this. I'm going to be super hireable based off of the fact that I leave comments in my code, and everybody loves that. New with int comparer. Okay, cool. I don't know. How do we use this? Usage. Oh, this is beautiful. Quick start. Insert left and right. I just want to make a bunch of nodes. Is there not just an insert? Well, we're going to try insert. Oh, yeah, we did V1. Yeah. We got that. Hopefully there's just like an insert. I don't know what this is. Oh, I did name mine BST instead of binary tree, so I just got to remember that. Why? Because it sounded fun, okay? I wish Gopals would work. I think it's complaining because this is missing stuff, okay? Actually, let's put this back and just finish this like that. Like that. What are we doing? Yeah. And then this needs something like that. Okay. There we go. Now I think, yeah. Gopal just gets hung up on like this error down here, and it's like I can't do the right indentation at all. So this is BST, new node, root insert 5, sounds good. Insert 15, sounds beautiful. What we need to do now is actually do this programmatically. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so what we need to find is the middle point. We shouldn't have to, right? Because insert should handle balancing it, right? So we're not even going to like, I was going to say we could find the middle node and just balance it ourselves as we're going, but we don't need to do that. We're going to do this dumbly. Hopefully this is self-balancing, right? If it's not self-balancing, it will just be a linked list. Which wouldn't be a binary search tree. I think technically, every binary tree has to be... I don't know that it actually has to be automatically balanced. Right, is balanced tree. Maybe it has a balance function. We'll see. We'll see if it balances. And thank you so much for the follow. You're a legend. There's your AI-generated follow message. Happy to have you on board. Oh, yeah. Coding interviews are the most fun. All right. So what we really need to do is we have a total. So let's just do it like this, like for I. Yeah, just like this. And then I guess we'll create the tree out here. So tree root. This was not, it was BST what? That's not new node yet. New node. And we'll just go with 0. But that actually means we're using one of the counts, right? So really this needs to be count -1. But we are 0 indexing this, so then that comes out. Okay, let me think this through. Because if we said 5, I would expect 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to put this as 1 for I equals 1. Yeah, and then this would be 1. Right? I think I'm gonna have to visualize this in a second. And then we can actually get rid of this because I'm dumb. And we can just say 2 because we're already doing the first one. There we go. Done. I will start at 2. We already have the root node that we're going to add to. Beautiful. And now we're either going to, we're just going to call add, and we're either going to have just a bunch of children off of this node. Like we're just going to add a bunch of children off of this one, or it's going to balance itself and it will look like this. I don't know. Thank you so much for the follow. There's your AI-generated follow message. We built that live on Twitch here. We need to work on that, actually. What I'd like for it to do is actually post in chat your message and then just say new follower or something. I feel like that would be a better update instead of all of that text on screen. Would be to post the text in chat and just do like a new follower message. Are we going to actually deploy this? Yeah, we are actually going to deploy it. We're going to deploy this on Kubernetes because that's the challenge. That was the challenge. If everybody doesn't know, we're solving this problem using Go, Kubernetes, SQLite. We're even, for brownie points, we're using Rust on top of it. And instead of SQLite, we're going to try to use Limbo to solve this problem. It's a completely ridiculous ask. And because it's a completely ridiculous ask, we're going to do it in a completely ridiculous way, which is what we're doing. Because we got a microservice, enterprise-ready architecture with service meshes, with Kubernetes operators, with multiple languages, Rust and Go. We're using the newest and greatest tech, Limbo. I thought I could do this in like 4 hours. I realize now that while streaming, It's going to be like 4 Saturdays. It's going to be like 4 Saturdays. That's okay. Maybe we get hired. Okay, we kind of want to print this now, and this guy has ways to print it, right? See, it's not balanced though. It's gonna fail this. Now, what I want to know is if I can call balance on it. If it doesn't have a way to self-balance, that kind of sucks. Root.balance. I mean, this is lowercase, which means it's not public. Balance. It's not jumping me to the code, but it isn't for this either. Let's search the code base really quickly. Balance. This is testing it. Is balance. Oh, I know Limbo's a work in progress. Absolutely. So this cannot balance a tree. Is there like a... let's see. Insert. Let's search insert. Because he was inserting left and right, I wonder if just straight insert will insert it balanced, right? Maybe insert doesn't even exist as a function. Oh my gosh. What am I calling? Does this code compile? I now have questions. I now have questions. For that, you usually use IDP Builder. I've never even heard of IDP Builder. I have no idea what that is. Is it a real thing? Should I, you know, I don't know you well enough. I'm opening this up somewhere else. Okay. Okay, you never know what a GitHub repo might contain. IDP Builder. Internal Deployment Platform Binary Launcher. Wow. Oh, interesting. I'll have to give it a check out. I've never used it. For getting this up and running in Kubernetes, I was actually thinking about using... I've used Tilt before. But there's a couple Tilt alternatives that I was thinking about. Tilt has seemed to be... It's getting developed on, but it seems like... let's see, we can go to like insights. It felt like for a little while it was not getting committed to. And there's a couple other things like Tilt that I was gonna use. This was not what I was, maybe code frequency. Yeah. It kind of, I guess I probably saw it right about here because I was like, it seems to be leveling out, but it seems to be still, anyways, maybe Tilt. But there's a couple I haven't used. I've used Tilt quite a bit. Yeah, just like it goes long periods with very little, but what were they? I can ask ChatGPT. Actually, do I have O3? Oh, try it now. Try O3 mini. No, I just want O3 large. I want O3 large, please. Oh, another great thing that I saw that I can use, or maybe I can't. I thought I could use. I thought I could use like the advanced web scraper. Anyways, let's try mini real quickly. What are some alternatives to plastic that I can use? Okay, they've introduced Google to ChatGPT. Okay, thank you, Google. To Kubernetes tilt. Scaffold. That's the one I wanted. Not garden. I don't know about garden. There's another one. Telepresence I did know of, but not exactly. Dev space was the other one. Dev space is, I think, the CNCF one. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe scaffold is. One second. There. Oh, we have a GitHub. Which one would you guys like to see? We can use dev space, scaffold, or telepresence. I mean, we could also use tilt. Is O3 mini better than O4? I don't know. I think it's cheaper and maybe I haven't tried it. I mean, literally just got access to it yesterday, I think. I think that's when I saw the tweet. I think it's supposed to be cheaper though. O4 mini is cheap. O4 mini is really cheap, but O4 mini is also really bad. It's super duper cheap. But it's better than like 3.5 turbo from the little bit of testing I've done. But yeah. Use kind in IDP builder. So you use IDP builder for your local stuff? IDP builder didn't look like it would like automatically reload your stuff for you. Telepresence is actually really cool, but we're not getting into this, where you can actually run it locally and point it at like a larger microservice thing. I actually want to do something with this because it's actually a really cool thing if you're working in microservices, where like you can have a full dev or staging environment and run your local thing that you're debugging in that greater thing. I think it's highly specific to people working in like highly microservice-y type areas, but it's actually pretty cool for that. Right. I understand about the Argo app sets, but these do it without that. Where you don't have to commit the code. You're just talking about just locally. You can be editing code, save the file, it will rebuild the container and redeploy it on your local cluster. Oh, cool. I'll have to check that out. I mean, it sounds interesting. I just, not quite what I was looking for right now. Yeah, and the makefile is fine too. The reason I don't want to just use the makefile is because we're going to have, you know, by the end of this, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 services that are going to run. And so these services can let us, you know, basically edit any one of those and redeploy it, which is pretty cool and nice, in my opinion. Okay, let's see, root node. What node is this? Ew. Ew. Did it just make the whole thing? Although I kind of like this one. I'm not gonna lie, because it is straight a binary tree. And it returns the new root. Wait. Let's see. Inserts a new key into the binary search tree, returns the new root. If the current node is nil, it creates a new node. So right, if it's nil, it's the new root. That's fine. This isn't correct, right? This isn't actually then sorting, because it basically goes down the tree and it inserts, because this is just always returning. Wait. It's always just returning the root, but it never balances it, right? This will never balance after an insert. Insert in order, remove a key. This does not keep the BST balanced. Binary search trees by definition have to be balanced. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go out there and say that it is not a binary search tree if you're not keeping it balanced. All right, right. This is a classic way of balancing the tree, doing the right rotate, left rotate. I mean, this should be easy for AI to do because this is like a pretty standard thing. Now, is there no BST in Go? Is there no binary search? Golang binary search. Yeah, there's like 1 trillion examples of balancing a binary search tree. I just want somebody else's, but I don't want... I mean, here is an example, but like, is there no binary search tree? No, I don't want to... All right. We're just going to take what this AI has given us. Let's delete this. We're gonna make our own. Let's see. What is our package that we're in? I think it's controller. And then we're just going to take what the AI gave us. I'm upset that the AI didn't give us this without us asking for it to be a balanced search tree. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't need to be angry. I don't need to be angry. I can just accept that it's garbage. Here's my demo function. Okay. Okay, I'm getting a little toasty. Little toasty. Try using O3. YouTube, I have attempted O3. Actually, this was O3. This was O3, and I had to ask it to actually make a balanced tree. Okay, so we have this function called insert. Let me go to this and see. So it takes a node with a key and returns the new row, which means it should balance it. Wait, I need to go back there, right? One second. It should balance it, so it calls insert on left or right. And then it's gonna balance it. Okay, cool. This, wait. Case left. Case right, left, right. I don't know if this is correct off the top of my head. I'm going to assume it is, and let's test it a little. That's all I can say. I don't remember all of the... I can do it visually. I don't remember the cases though, right? Because what you do is you basically just add up the balance and then determine which way you're going to rotate it. So if the balance is greater than 1 and the key is less than the node's left key, this sounds roughly correct. I mean, it's the right idea. Whether it's actually executed correctly, that's another. We'll find out. I'm assuming. Whether that assumption is well-founded or not, we'll find out. Oh, actually, let's go back to that, right? Let's go back to that because I needed to go back to... what did I call the function? Demo? Oh, I meant to rename it demo. Okay. Let's see. So we can just call insert. Good. So this is all we need. Let's go back here. I screwed that up. And screwed that up. There we go. I only needed 1 for some reason. All right. So what we did for wait. I'm sorry. I'm a little dented this morning. Okay, that makes sense. Whoa, 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 whoa. That is not what I wanted at all. We need to get rid of BST, right? Because this should just be our node. Let's go up there and get rid of that. Oh, we're here. Wait, is this supposed to be here? Yeah, this is supposed to be here. Okay, all right. So, and then node is our other file. What did we call that file? BST. Okay, good. But it's in our package, and the structure is node. Okay, so we got a new node. This should take us to our node. Cool. Okay. Very, very nice. And then let's go back. Let's go back over here. And make sure that's a pointer. Then we're going to insert the root in number of times. Okay. And this is going to be null, which is fine for the first one. And then we want for I, let's see, I equals 1, right? Right. Okay, so for I equals 1, then we've got to update this. Yeah, we're gonna do, let's see, I is less than a tree dot count. No, it's spec dot count. All right, yeah, and I plus plus. I plus plus, and we can delete this. And then this would be I. Fantastic. Okay, so this should create our. I think it's upset about this because I'm a dum-dum. But this should create our binary search tree. And now we should know, we should be able to iterate over this thing, right? Now, how do we want to iterate over it? I guess it really doesn't matter as long as, what does this node know? Does it know its parents? It knows its left, right, and its height. Okay, so it doesn't know its parent. So there's no way to go on. So we probably want to do a breaths first search. Do we have a breaths first search of this? Left. Insert, min value, remove, search in order. Traverses the AVL tree in ascending order. We want not ascending. Right, because this will go all the way down the left side, right? O3 mini high says it's for code. Let's do it. I want to add a function for it's not really breath first searching. I just want to do it in order breath first. Let's see if O3 mini can do it. O3 mini high. High on what? We're not sure. I didn't need all the code. I just wanted... Is this really... I'm glad we have it as a function. That's good. That's good. That's golden. That's fantastic. Good job. Good job. I trust this code less and less now. Okay, where's the It's level order. I should have used the word level order instead of breadth first. I screwed that up. It is technically called level order. I'm not a college educated person, so like, I'm sorry I don't know all the fancy terminology. Let's actually call this level order. I'd like to get hired. Level order. We'll just call it level order. Okay. And this makes sense. Like, to me, if I was doing this here, I would just read this and queue all the children, and then I would, while I was reading these, I would queue the next children. That would take memory, and I don't know off the top of my head if there's a better way of doing that, but like, to me, this makes sense of how to then do it. Yeah, you just append them to the queue and then move on. Yeah. Does this actually dequeue it? I don't know. Oh, here we go. This does. Okay, I got it. We have the node, we dequeue it. Beautiful. Process the current node, so we're gonna print this one. And then we're going to enqueue the left children if it exists, and enqueue the right children if it exists. And then we'll do the same thing, but the problem is this doesn't work, right? Because if we have two in here, so in the example, we're going to dequeue the left node. And then we're going to append the left and the right of that one before the right one. But that should be before it, so it should still be in order. The only thing that this wouldn't do is it wouldn't stop at each level. It would just print this one and then these going on and then these. Okay. But we could handle that ourselves if we wanted to. I'm not super worried about that. That's a technicality. And our nodes actually have what level. So like the height, and if it's keeping track of this, then we could say anytime it reaches a new height from the old height, we do a new line. Easy peasy. So that's not a problem. Okay, this works, I think. This looks like it works. All right, but we do have this nice max function. Where is it used? I actually don't hate it where it's used. But it's okay. I don't hate it where it's used. I get. It's okay. We're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it. Okay, let's get back to our code because that looked rightish. Oh, that we gotta get bin out of our. This uses the get ignore, so obviously we need to get ignore the bin. Oh boy. All right. Moving on to something more interesting. So now that we have this, we have a B tree. We can actually make these pods, and we can actually make a children flag. Should we do like left child and right child? Maybe like L child. And then, ooh, do we have to make an iterate? Why is this getting so complicated? Really, the solution would be to make an iterator for this. Okay. Now we need an iterator for level, right? Level order. Oh, that's like not even close. Wasn't even close. We need an iterator for level order traversal. Good morning, Dutch. How are you? Hey, Dutch, I had a question for you. You wanted me to review a company and get my thoughts on it. And I was in the middle of moving. And I completely forgot what the name of said company was. I'll do it for you next week if you get me that name. There we go, Newbird. I completely dropped the ball on that one. So... take some notes right here in front of you all. Now, if I pull this up and it's there, I'm gonna be very... Dang it! Dang it! I didn't realize this was the one for you. I need to put names with this. As soon as you said that, I was like, that seems familiar. I need to put names with it. So like, because I remembered there was one for you, but I didn't find one with your name. Okay. My bad. Okay. What were we doing? Oh, we were doing the, thought about the level order traversal iterator for 14 seconds. Cool. I don't care. Oh no, did you put the whole thing in here again? I just need the relevant bits. I've never done a Go iterator before. So this is actually pretty new for me. I'm gonna learn something here. Maybe. So we're making a level order iterator struct, which this makes sense. This is... What I need to know is, okay, I think it's just this. We're gonna make it its own little bit of code here. Package, controller, boom. Okay. Let's actually review this a little bit. So the level order iterator struct is going to have just a list of nodes. This feels wrong. It should just have a node, right? Like it should just have that. Oh, but it's saying queue. So let me let me see, because if it's using it as a queue to hold the level order, that actually might make sense. That might make sense. 1 second. New level order iterator just takes a root node. Okay, so this is making sense. Level order iterator. So it's taking the it of the level order iterator. So it's making a new one, which is effectively just a new queue. And then it's appending the root one and returning it. It returns it. Fantastic. No. What did I do? Undo. I think I did hit undo. Okay. So it just returns it. And it's on the queue. So it's the only one in the queue when it returns it. It's the root node. Has next returns if there is more nodes to iterate, which it would because it's in the queue. Next is going to go through this whole thing, dequeue left, right, and keep the queue, which is basically just that. Okay, cool. Now, is this an actual... Oh, I forgot to put the package back in here. Package controller. Let's put that up here. I don't know if this is like actually how you do an iterator. This seems like it would work. This seems like it should work. Yeah? Let's do it. Level order iterator. Yeah, we'll leave it as level order iterator. Level. Say that 10 times fast. Level order iterator. Go for it. I dare you. Holy spaces. It's not spaces, Dutch. It's tabs. All right, Scott, none of us, we're not as good as you, okay? We're not as good as you. I'm not as good as you. I can barely speak English. Lawler, good to have you on board. Good to have you on board. Now I can write an offer. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, what have I done? Control. Okay. So now instead of this, we can just do a okay, so we can do, I almost did let. I'm letting the rust out in me a little bit. Let's see, we need to create a Yep. Okay, so we're going to create a new level, and then all we have to do here is for let's say node equals iterator.next. Is that how we're going to use this? So while iterator has next, node equals iterator.next. Does our iterator have a next? Yeah, it does. All right, and this is just checking the queue because the queue should be done. Ad break starts in 8. I'm gonna get up and walk around just a little bit while that ad break goes because I need to stand up. I'm feeling it. I need to stand up. I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. Thanks everybody for joining, by the way. It's awesome to see you all here. You all are awesome. Hopefully we're learning something. Hopefully you're having a little bit of fun. And I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks, everybody. All right. Have I moved much? Yeah, I've gotten most of my moving done. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not unpacked, but I've gotten, you know, stuff laid out. I almost got set up to record videos again. So I'm like actually ready to record. I just need to get like everything set up to record. So hopefully that will be done in this next week. I'm getting a gallon of green paint. I think that I'm just going to paint this wall green because I'm also going to paint. There's a piece of drywall downstairs in the basement that I think I'm just going to paint green to make my videos on. The last thing that I actually have to do is I have to find my last light. I don't know where my last light is. There's a light that I use to light the background of the videos while I'm doing it, and I don't know where it is. So I gotta find that. Otherwise, I make a new video here soon. All right, let's continue on. This looks right to me. Has next, node equals iterator.next. Actually, I don't know that I need to do this part, right? Can I just do this here? Maybe equals root. There we go. Yeah, I don't need to do iterator.next. No. I need it. Node equals iterator, right? How does this work? One second, I gotta look at how this works. So if we pass in a root node, it immediately appends it to the queue. So to get the root node, you have to call next. Okay, I got it. Oh my goodness, tab completion. I hate you. Okay, so we gotta call iterator next. We called the iterator next. This will get the root node, and then this is what happens. Okay, so this looks good. All right. What happened? Okay, so now we're going level order, which means everyone. I think what we're going to do here then. So instead of tree, okay, so this is the tree. Let's see. You know what? You guys didn't need to see that anyways. You guys didn't need to see that. Okay? That's why. It's not a mistake on my part. It was purposeful. Purposefully. Not showing you stuff that just your brains wouldn't be able to comprehend. Seriously. Not in a good way. Not in a good way. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay. How are we gonna do this? So for each node, we're going to say that it has a child, left child, and we're just going to do a number, right? So we should be able to do like node.left, left. And then we can do the same thing for the right child, node.right. What does this? Let's see. Let's see. 1 second. Okay, so we actually need node.left and right key because that's actually the number it is. Okay. Go to is not working. I feel like there's something that's broken here, but you know, let's see. If we're here, yeah, we have key here. Okay. And next, oh wait. Next returns an int. Oh, it's just returning the key. It's not actually returning the node? No. It should just return the next node. Can we just change this to node? That was dumb. I think. I tend to regret it when I say that because then like it was for some reason. This still isn't going to definition, which has me a little bit worried. Because next should take us to this, which should take us to a node. Which a node should have a key. And if next is returning a node has left and right. Okay. I'm not crazy. Scott B, New York pizza is not real pizza. I'm sorry. New York pizza is not real pizza. It's just a fact of life, and you're gonna have to get over it. You're gonna have to get over it. Not pizza. Look, half of me is a second generation Italian. Okay? Half of me. Chicago is the only real pizza. Chicago style. Only real pizza. If you don't have indigestion and constipation after eating your pizza from the amount of cheese used, it's not a real pizza. All right, I'll just hope that GoPulls is wigging out on me here. You guys don't like Chicago style pizza? It's a shame. Literally one of my favorites. So now every parent should know what their child nodes are, pods are. Never went to Chicago? Chicago itself is not great. There are some really cool museums in Chicago that if you're close, I would definitely go see. Yeah, there's definitely some places in Chicago I would go. Their museums are actually pretty awesome. Oh, You've never experienced real pizza then in the EU. As a second generation Italian, second generation Italian. I'm sorry, the Italians didn't do it. You live in Italy? Fantastic. Fantastic. Where-ish? Please, no exact address. My family came from... One second. Open maps. I just want to try not to dox myself. I hail from this little place. Wait. It's up here. I was gonna pronounce it, but then I didn't want to be ridiculed. There we go. My grandmother would be upset, but I come from there. My grandmother did. Let me rephrase. My grandmother came from here. I did not. So. Oh, you're not Italian? Okay. Anyways. I'm technically not Italian either. I'm now an American mutt. That's what I call myself. If I lived in Italy, it would be the north. Don't get me wrong, Rome and everything is cool from the historical stuff. Absolutely. But if I was going to live, I would live up close to the mountains. For sure. Okay. Let's see if this works. I feel like it won't. Well, it definitely won't because it's missing a comma. It's missing a comma. I feel like it's complaining about something up here. Not that though. What is this? Let's see. What does this go to? That goes to the pod. That goes to that. So that looks right. Oh, we don't do anything with the pod. We don't create it. We just yeah, okay. Thank you, AI. Hey, yeah, but Dane, you guys got snow recently. Not as much as we did, because we roleplayed as Canada for about a month. But you guys got snow, which is not usual for Texas. Okay. So we actually create the pods now, which is good. It's still upset about this. Missing comma in argument list. I don't... Is Gopal's just high or are we actually missing something? I'm not sure. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. It's good to have you on board. It's good to have you on board. We need to update this. That will be one of these times. Get pods. We created a new Kubernetes cluster, right? Yeah. Okay. It's snowing here. I also like Northern Italian food. I do. And of the Italians that I know people that live in the north. So the Northern Italians are more cool people. I have nothing to back that up. I just know 3 or 4 people in Northern Italy. So I'll make that judgment on that. Absolutely no proof backing that up. Okay, so we do have a kind cluster. Fantastic. I'm sorry if you live in North or Southern. If you're a Southern Italian, I have nothing. I apologize. All right, let's make It's not make install. We need to... What is it that we run first to build? So manifest. We do manifest to build out all the manifests, right? Or generate. We'll do generate, right? It didn't like it. Missing a comma in argument list. So it was real. It was real. It's still snowing where you are? So it got warm. It got like really warm. Like, okay, I say that. It's still freezing at night, but it's getting up to like 50 during the day. That is about 10 degrees Celsius. So it's like getting pretty warm. Like anything above 50 in my books is warm. Okay, what did I messed something up here because this is not wrong. So for this to be upset, something up here is, why is Go being so, oh, I see. I see. I see. Oh! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is why it didn't like my stuff. Okay. Let's fix all of these errors now that we've got them, because I was missing. Okay, fine, whatever. We got it now. Hey, it's good to see you. First time chatter. What are we up to? We're destroying some Go code. We're making a Kubernetes operator. We're doing more than a Kubernetes operator. We were challenged on Twitter to do this in Go Kubernetes SQLite. And I said, I'm upping it. I'm doing it in Go Kubernetes SQLite, Limbo, Rust, Istio, microservices with jobs to fully prove that I am enterprise ready. So that's what we're doing. It's kind of fun. It's meant to be fun. It's also meant to be ridiculous and maybe a learning experience. So hopefully we can learn a thing or two as we're going along. Probably some things of how not to do anything at all. Where is the Java beans? All right. You're probably correct that if we really want to make it enterprise ready, we need a Java service. Okay, we're going to add a Java service. I'm convinced. You are right. That would make it enterprise ready. More enterprise ready. We'll think about where Java is going to go in. Maybe this calc job could be Java? Maybe? Huh? Maybe this. That would make it more enterprise ready. That, I think I stand corrected. That we need to make like the most abstracted, interface-driven development ever. We need to make this job that was supposed to be like just one file and super simple should be like 100 files of indirection. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. Thank you very much. We're gonna do that. Will I host it on Azure? Do you guys want me to actually host it? I wasn't going to actually host this because it's stupid. but I can actually host it somewhere for a little while. If we need it actually hosted, because it's stupid. It will be open source. I will commit the code to open source for you. Transaction aware, persistent manager, factory, proxy, bean job. Yes, we're going to have Java because it's going to be enterprise ready. And make it FTP. Okay, look, I'm not wanting to spend a year on this, okay? We got to keep the scope at least a little bit, okay? We got to keep the scope down just a little. I was not planning to spend a year. Okay, oh, we were fixing errors. Oh, the number of errors. Undefined node. Oh, that's easy. Done. Okay. Meta v1. Let's import this. The AI should do this. Done. Meta v1. I'm sorry. Meta v1. Done. Used and abused. I'm sorry, that was anyways, let's move on. Undefined I. Oh, that's because it's the node. Okay. We got this. Let's go to the end of the line. Node.e. Okay, let's import. Oh, what did we do? What have I done? All right, let's go back up to here and FMT. Thank you. We got about 5 or 6 the last night. Dude, that's... I mean, I love snow. I'm happy to roleplay as Canada every once. You know what? Why I was most annoyed about roleplaying as Canada for a little while was the fact that I needed my heating fixed because my furnace had basically died, and it was kind of hot wired in a really bad way to keep heat, but people couldn't make it out to me because we were role-playing as Canada, and we weren't prepared. We were not prepared. Yeah. I'm not in upstate New York, so I thought you were from Indiana for some reason, like northern Indiana. Upstate New York gets lake effect snow, don't you guys? Like that. You guys get a lot of snow. This is getting more ridiculous. Are you saying I'm getting more ridiculous, or the plans for this is getting more ridiculous? Because the plan was always to be as ridiculous as possible while solving the problem that was asked. That was kind of the point. With hopeful some time constraints. Okay. Why can't we undeclared name? Oh, this is probably wait. What is in here? Yeah, API version, which is a string. Okay, why is this upset? This is our tree, right? Which should have the metadata. Right? The plan was already ridiculous. Well, we'll see how far we get. We'll see how far. We're going to keep it fun. We're going to stop when we're not having fun anymore. I'm still kind of having fun. Okay, wait. This is because it's a tree.owner reference. No. It's tree. Owner references. Ew. Tree doesn't have API. It does have API version. Oh, on the type meta. Okay. Can we do like type meta? Type meta. Is that what it's wanting? I'm not undefined API version. Undeclared name. It's right here. I am getting a little confused. Sorry, I haven't written Go for a little while. Cannot use tree.typemeta.api version variable type string as owner reference value in array. Oh, one second. Why does it think? I know. I'm sorry. This is actually on me. The AI half tried to do this. It half tried to do this. It did it incorrectly, and I tried to like half get rid of it. Because it did it incorrectly the first time, and then I half got rid of it. Wait. Maybe we don't need this. We actually don't need this. Okay. This one was correct. It was wrong down here. Now, why does it not like labels? Is labels not part of the object meta? Is there no labels on here? Yeah, there's labels. There's labels. What are you talking about? It's a capital L. It's a capital L. I knew that. I knew that. Oh, yeah. We did the same boo-boo here. Toggle bit, this Rust does look awfully wonky. I have no excuse. This is some of the worst Rust that I have ever made. I spent a month moving, a couple weeks role-playing as Canada, and I'm now writing the worst Rust I have ever seen. There's no excuse. That muscle has atrophied. We're getting to the Rust section of this here soon. This operator in Go is almost done. And we're gonna get to some of the Rust parts here soon. And then, we're gonna have some Java parts too. So good to see you, Togglebit. If people don't know, you guys should go follow Togglebit right now. One of the best streamers out there. Should go give him a follow. And oh, they already know that you're the best streamer? Okay, I apologize. I mean, that makes sense, because when you're the best, everybody knows who you are. So if they're not following you, obviously they have chosen not to, because they don't care. They don't care to see great content. Are you finally done with the move? I mean, finally. I'm still not streaming as much as I'm making sure to stream every Friday and Saturday. The in the middle of the weeks has been plagued with difficulties. My capture card, I will never buy another Elgato. Do you have a good brand that you buy, Togglebit? I'll never buy an Elgato. It died on me, and then I bought another one because I replace them once a year. It's like a subscription cost. You buy their hardware once a year for it to die on you once a year. Anyways, I bought a new one, and it died the first day I had it. It died the first day. It didn't even last a year. AverMedia, that's actually what then I bought after the Elgato died on me the first day. I bought an AverMedia. It hasn't died yet, but I've only used it for a week. So, you know, I'm waiting on it to die on me. I have capture cards die so frequently on me. I have backups. I didn't because I was moving, and that was my bad. Okay, this is looking good. Let's try our make generate again. Oh, it worked. What are capture cards? There's these pieces of crap that I pay way too much money for. So what happens is how I'm streaming right now. Now, if I was a real streamer like Togglebit, which you should go follow. If you haven't done that, you've hurt my heart deeply. The PC that I'm on right now, this is my PC. I'm running Arch, by the way. This is what I'm working on, what we're running all this stuff on, and what my keyboard is plugged into. So this is me, and I am, you know, plugged in directly to this. Pretty much brain directly plugged in. And what I don't do is I don't stream from this. So up here we have Twitch and YouTube, which I stream to both. And YouTube. Because YouTube keeps my VODs really well, so it's kind of nice. So what I don't do is I don't stream from this to these. What I do is I have it's a Mac Mini. I actually want to update it to a BattleMage PC so that I can do AV1 encoding, which will actually allow me to do higher quality encoding on less bandwidth because my bandwidth sucks. So this is a little Mac Mini that I had. And what this does here is there's an input and an output HDMI. So basically my PC outputs to my monitor here. Monitor, and instead of the HDMI cable going straight to this, there's this capture card here. And the HDMI cable goes from my PC to the capture card, and then from the capture card to the monitor. And then a USB port goes from here to here. And so basically now the monitor still has the monitor like it is normally, and the Mac Mini gets the monitor as well. And this then streams it up to the services. So that's what a capture card is. It's a man-in-the-middle attack on your monitor. I should have just started with that. That would have made so much more sense to the entire community. It's a man-in-the-middle attack on your HDMI cable. All right. It's running? It's not running. Format percent has wrong type int. Yeah. Wait, format percent s has arg node. No. It should be right. So there's a couple reasons that you can do this. One, you're right. My PC doesn't have to do any encoding. All encoding activities are over here. It is done over here. Another thing is, if we wanted to, let's say, reboot this computer. So we want to reboot this. We can. And the stream will continue. You can even see my face. Like this right here has nothing to do with my current computer being on. Nothing. So if we need to reboot or something like that, or my network card dies, because that does happen, I can reboot. and nothing actually happens. You can't see this screen because this is going in through the capture card. But so there's a couple things. Another reason, and this is gonna sound bad, and I love Linux, don't get me wrong, but the resources available on Linux for streaming are not as good and well thought out as the support in Windows and Mac. So like even like the web browser support that the Twitch alerts are. So if you hit follow, there'll be a Twitch alert. That's harder on Linux, and there's just less support. So the plugin ecosystem for OBS, while OBS itself will run, the plugin ecosystem, a lot of people only support Mac and Windows. And so there's that as well. I'm not in the bluegrass state anymore. Nope, I moved just out of I moved just out of Kentucky. So I lived somewhere right around here in Kentucky, and I moved somewhere around here in Ohio, kind of the middle of nowhere. If you look at where there's a bunch of trees, the big green area, that's where I live. No problem. I love learning something new. That's what we all try to do here. Usually it's about software engineering, managing teams, whatnot, not about capture cards, but I'm happy to go over capture cards if that's what people are wanting to learn about. Okay, cool. Let's move on. Yeah, I just moved. It's not far. I didn't move super far. I have family south of Columbus. This is where, you know, my sister and my dad live, and we just moved closer to family. So just up here from down here. Oh yeah, Moorhead was pretty close. Yeah. So was Fort Knox. Yeah, this red area. Don't fly your drone over this. It will get shot down. I live close to Fort Knox. People don't realize, like, people from outside the United States know what Fort Knox is. They don't realize it's in Kentucky, or that Kentucky is even a state. Yeah. All right. The next thing that we need to do is we need to run this. And what we need to look for is there should be in config, there should be samples, right? And so let's do this. Count. Let's do 3. Yeah. We only know from the sauce and the chicken. Right. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Dude, I went to, I was in Taiwan. And anybody that asked where I came from, I was like, Kentucky. And they're like, they knew Kentucky Fried Chicken. They love Kentucky Fried Chicken over there. That was like, I did not expect this, but and Kentucky Fried Chicken is like a completely different thing over there than it is here. And so I didn't expect for people to know. They didn't know where it was or that it was even a state, but they did know Kentucky Fried Chicken. They're like, that's where Kentucky Fried Chicken comes from? And I was like, okay. Ugh. Anyways, that was pretty, I found that to be pretty hilarious. All right, let's try applying this. Spec.count is unknown. How dare you? How dare you? It's known. Let's do this. We're gonna actually do split terminal over here. That needs to be running. This is gonna be our Vimming here. And then we can just J tree, and we can run it from here, or apply and stuff from there. Okay, so spec has count, right? That's what I said. This is what I said. Let's see. We need config samples. All right. All right. There we go. We applied it. Yeah, you're right. Smaller C. I had a big C. Nobody wants a big C, just a little c. Okay, we have a problem. Reconcile error. What is the objective of your operator? For a little bit of learning, I haven't actually written an operator for like 3 years now. So I need to get back into it because my most highly requested video on YouTube, I showed this to you guys. People like my Kubernetes operator. So we're making another operator video. And we're basing it off of this guy who said to do this stupid thing in Kubernetes Go and SQLite. And we decided to make it enterprise ready. And so the way we're making it enterprise ready is we're doing this really stupid thing using microservices, Java, Rust, and Go. And we're gonna make operators with all of them. And we're gonna solve this really simple problem the most complicated way possible. It's actually brilliant. And enterprise ready. Yeah, we're having fun, and hopefully we learn some stuff while we're doing it. That's the hope and goal, is that we learn something. Index with the name field owner's reference does not exist. Okay. All right, we do have an ad break coming up in 13 minutes, and I'm gonna warn you, on that ad break, I'm gonna take a little bit of extra time and make another cup of coffee. Because to hold this level of energy, I need plenty of caffeine. It's been fun so far. I've been a little bit of an idiot so far too. But that's pretty standard. Index with name field, owner's reference. Where are we using that? It's up here, right? Owner's reference. Does it want, we could remove that, right? And then if we do k get pod, there should be none because it's failing. All right. But why? Okay. Error, reconcile, error. All right, let's see. Index with the name field. So it's saying owner reference does not exist. But when are we getting lowercase owner reference? The only time I can think of it is here. 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 Is exactly where we're using it. Okay. So I have metadata. I think it's object meta. No, it's metadata, right? Metadata is the object meta. It's called metadata. And in the object meta, there is an owner's reference, right? Yeah, owner's references. Did I screw that up? I could have screwed that up. Owner's references. No. And the JSON for that is owner references. So this looks correct. I mean, obviously it's not. Index with the field name metadata.owner's reference does not exist. Okay, let's chat GPT this. Let's chat GPT this. All right, new chat. I have a Kate's operator and I am trying to get all pods owned by my controller. How do I do that? I thought it was like this. So you do the matching fields and we do this as the matching field. This seems right. I mean, obviously it's wrong. So it gets all the pods in the namespace. And then it calls owner references on it. I don't think this is the correct way of doing it. Let's look up, shoot, what is the tool that we use to create this? Why am I so bad at names? Oh my goodness. Cube Builder. Cube Builder. Why? What? Owned resources. To link the lifecycle of secondary resource to the primary resource, we need to set an owner's reference on the secondary resource. This ensures that Kubernetes automatically handles cascading deletions if the primary blah, 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 blah. Setting the owner's reference. Okay, I don't care about setting it. All right, here we should be able to get by the owners, right? They should have an example of that. Oh, you know what? Oh, you're brilliant. There are no pods right now. Which then means we just want no pods, right? Is this because there are no pods? I thought they were saying this was not a valid way of doing it. Okay, I don't know for certain, but let's do this. Pods equals just an empty list, which it already does. Because there are no pods for this owner yet. We haven't created any. I don't know if that's the... wait. Let's make it over here. Make run. All right. We have a different issue now. We have a panic. That's always good. Uh, 240. We do not have a 240. Oh, this is the controller runtime. Sorry, my bad. Let's find my code. Where did it error on my code? Here, little error. Error. Let's see. This is all the controller runtime stuff, right? I don't see where it's referencing where, this is in APN machinery, runtime, controller, reconcile. Oh, right here. 107. Okay, we found it. 107. Oh, there is no right child. Okay. This makes sense. Not everything has to have a child. So what we want to do is do this right here. Right child. A4AJ. You're a skilled rogue, and I appreciate you lending your skill and experience to us here. We need it. I need it. That's for sure. Actually, we're getting really close to 1,000 followers. We hit 1,000 followers, real followers. Don't you dare hit me with bots. I will ban you as fast as I find out who you are. Real followers. I'm releasing a funny YouTube video. I'm gonna record it when I hit 1,000 followers. So it'll be a few weeks after I hit 1,000 followers. There'll be a new funny YouTube video, okay? Even if they're best viewer bots. Sorry, Dane. Hey, well, Atomic Django, you're more than welcome, and I'm happy to have you here. It's Kubernetes the way to go compared to Docker, or am I mistaken on the difference of them? As a bot, I'm offended, but I'll join. Well, thanks for the follow. You're a little mistaken, I would say. It's not really an either or. Now, Docker had a product called Swarm, which was very much like Kubernetes. But what it comes down to is that there's this thing called Containerd, open source project. It sits down here. Docker is a CLI app that you can use to interact with Containerd. Docker Desktop does a bunch of stuff, even managing Kubernetes. So we're not going to talk about Docker Desktop. I'm on Arch, by the way, and yeah, so we're on Linux here. Docker Desktop does do some magic to run Kubernetes and containers on Mac OS and on Linux, but one second. Oh, no. We're in an ad break. I'm gonna go get coffee. I'll be right back. It's gonna be 10 minutes. Have fun. I'll be right back though, and then we'll dive into this a little bit more. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Thanks for the follow. Sorry, I wanted to grab a snack. I was a little famished. All right. Let's get back to the discussion that we were having. We have an offended bot that needs an answer. All right. So, one very big misconception that people have is that here is a Linux host, and that containers sit on here like VMs. This is probably the largest misconception in the industry, and it's probably one of the worst, because this is really not true. So in the classic VMs sit here with a virtualized hardware. And they do actually sit like this, and then the VMs sit on top of this virtualized hardware. And probably the worst thing is people think of the same thing. They think Docker, and they think that these things sit on Docker. And not only are they dead wrong, this is what makes the misconception about Kubernetes and Docker, us versus them, either or, the big problem. And I have worked to rectify this, but we're doing it some more. Okay, so this isn't true. Docker is a CLI that you can use. These containers live on your system whether Docker existed or not. These use kernel level things. This is why when I say that Docker Desktop does some magic, because Mac and Windows don't have all of the Linux stuff. So on Mac and Windows, they run a VM for you and pipe all of the commands to that Linux VM. Because these actually run using C groups, namespaces. We can get into it. Namespaces, whatever. And they're not virtualized hardware at all. This means that every container shares the host's kernel. Whereas all of these have their own OS kernel. Oops. Okay. Now, the reason I say this, and we have to understand this, Docker uses containerd. I probably shouldn't have deleted that. Docker uses containerd, and containerd runs containers on the host. All right, that's all that this happens. Now, what Kubernetes does Kubernetes uses containerd to run containers on the host, but they have a different purpose. Kubernetes is all about orchestrating workloads, so think microservices, whereas the Docker CLI is all about human interaction. It's about you. I want to do this with a container. It's about interacting with containerd in a human way, in a CLI in a human way. Kubernetes is all about controllers and managing it at a high level. They're both talking about containers, but it's not really an either or. You'll find me using both here because we can do Docker PS and look at the nodes that the containers that are actually running here, even though these are running via containerd. Containers would be using native Linux primitives such as C groups, etc. for isolation, right? Yes. But they would run the applications natively, yes. So Kubernetes does things like I have a cluster of machines. And so this is, node 1, node 2, node 3. And Kubernetes has a thing called a deployment that says, hey, I want this to run on 3 nodes. And I did not hit that. Anyways, and so it will run it on 3 nodes. Now, you're absolutely right that it will leverage containerd on this node to do that, 100%. But you're not going to do this to operate locally. Locally, you'll use Docker. And honestly, if you have a single host, I would say don't use Kubernetes either. It's a ton of abstraction and a ton of complexity to do something to manage 1 or 2 machines. If you're using a NAS and you want to run your NAS application as a container, go ahead and just do it. You don't need to use Kubernetes to do it. Yeah, maybe. That might be fair. So let's do this. GoPools is just wigging out. Like, oh my goodness. Left child. Okay, left child. Beautiful. Actually, we don't really need this. This is kind of dumb. Okay. Kubernetes is an orchestration platform. Docker is a CLI for humans. That's kind of how I think of it. All right. Let's see. None of this is working. I don't know if it will build. Let's Okay, let's see. Is this in the same place? Wait. Did we? Oh, you know, I'm an idiot. I did all of this to not use it here. Sometimes I impress myself. Other times, this happens. Other times that happens. I'm sorry. Ooh, do we see what's happening here? Check it out. Our operator created a pod. It's supposed to have 3 pods, but you know what? Okay, so it didn't do everything correctly, but it did something. It did something. Also, everybody that's joined today, thank you so much for joining. I super appreciate having you all out here, messing around, having some fun. if y'all would like, you could check out my YouTube channels, especially Null Labs. I make some longer form content there. You don't have to, just if you like. Might have to apply the sample. I already did, it's already there. So like if we did kind of tree, so if we did k get tree, you'll see that we already have this one here, and then we could do something like .o_YAML to get like the actual thing, and this spec is a count of 3, right? So the operator, when I go to run it, we already applied it, is picking this up. Yeah. Now, if you're wanting to do a home lab to learn, which is what I do my home lab with, Kubernetes is a valid thing. If you're actually wanting to just run some simple services, it's not probably a valid thing. But if you're wanting to learn Kubernetes, a home lab is a great way to do it. If you are, I recommend using, I forgot its name again. I'm really bad with names. I'm sorry. Like, I go up to my wife and I forget her name every once in a while. Been married 15 years. Don't judge me. Okay, you can judge me. That's fine. I don't actually forget her name. Sandwich cube. I've done too much Kubernetes. I've done too much you guys are distracting me. You guys are distracting me from what I was trying to come up with, is the name of the project you should use for running Kubernetes locally. K0s. Thank you. K0s is the Kubernetes distribution for bare metals. Now, the reason I say use this is you could do it the hard way. And the hard way would be, not the hardest way, but the hard way would be use kubeadm. kubeadm is going to let you do everything via the command line, and K0s, I believe, actually uses it in the back end, but a lot of things actually use it in the back end. But if you're really, really wanting to learn how Kubernetes itself works, kubeadm is the way to go. If you're wanting a Kubernetes cluster on your home lab that's mostly managed for you, K0s is your way to go. So if you're just learning Kubernetes, I would go this way because it allows you to not think about all the components of Kubernetes, because Kubernetes itself is a microservice. We draw it in a box like this, but there's actually a bunch of stuff. There's etcd. There is the controller manager. There's the API service. There is, the list goes on. Like I said, it itself is a microservice of different things, and one of those, etcd, happens to be stateful. So I have been happy with K0s. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. One of my reasons I say it's not perfect is it actually hides too much, I think. It makes it a little bit too hard to get to because it doesn't run everything standard. But it does that because it provides a pretty cool service. So, okay. Kind, I wouldn't use kind or minikube for my home lab. I don't think so. Did you guys see that? We have the problem. It's trying to create the pod with the exact same name, tree sample 1. We can see here where we're setting the name. This is the tree name, which is tree sample. And this is the node key, which should be 2. Now, what we could do is print this binary tree that we made. What's what called? K0s? I can give you a link. I can do you one better. K0s. Now, honestly, if you're just playing around with a local system, Kind and Minikube are amazing. You said Home Lab, and so I was actually going for Home Lab because Kind is what I'm using right now, and it's awesome because you can tear up, destroy, play around with. So if you're talking your local system, Kind and Minikube are both really, really good. Now, Minikube requires Snap, and this is why I don't recommend Minikube specifically because it requires you to have another technology on your machine. It's fine, and if you already have Snap, I mean, it's great, who cares? I don't. So if you're talking about local playing around, use Kind or Minikube. If you're looking Home Lab, something where you're gonna want to upgrade that version and you want to kind of keep it around, you're gonna want K0s, in my humble opinion. So we call insert and we increment I here, right? But yeah, locally we're currently using we're using a project called Kind. I love this for local Kubernetes testing. And then another great one is Minikube, which you can use as well for local. Really, you can't go wrong with any of those. Absolutely not. You can have a preference. Can't go wrong. Headless Headhunter. It's good to see you. How's it, how's that job going? A Vagrant setup for, you know what? I'm gonna just, this is my very personal opinion. I know a lot of people that love Vagrant. I have never, ever found Vagrant that useful. I'm neither a nurse nor an X-ray technician. I probably know how X-rays work more than X-rays technicians, but I'm not an X-ray technician. I mean, I think it's pronounced Kubernetes. That's how I pronounce it. I'm no expert. I've not got my nets on the cubes yet. Look, nobody comes to me for pronunciation help. Everybody knows that I am one of the leading experts in how to mispronounce just about everything. Cooties, yeah. Kubernetes. Okay. I have been to KubeCon. I'm just gonna throw that out there. That's my claim to fame. I have been to KubeCon. Kubernetes seems to be the way. Or Kate's. Kate's is okay. You can go with Kate's. Okay, so why is it trying to create a tree sample 1? Maybe that was a red herring. It could have been a purple herring too. Why is it only creating 1? Why only one? The other thing that's interesting here is I thought we were supposed to go through and delete all the old pods. So it wouldn't have mattered if let's go over this. So we get all of the pods owned. This could be just not working, which it's not, right? It's just not working at all. This is erroring every single time, which means we never actually get the list of pods, so we don't delete them. Okay. We need to fix this. Because now, if we stop this and run it again, we're going to have the same problem. Right? Because the pod's already running. Metadata.owner reference does not exist. Let's ask ChatGPT. Let's ask ChatGPT. I'm making a Kubernetes operator and getting this error. That's not the error I'm getting. This is the error I'm getting. It's probably not being set. Okay, so one, I am setting it when I go to do it. Right? I am setting the owner's reference. But even if it's not set, it shouldn't error, right? It should just return an empty list. It should say there are nobody that's matching this. There are no owners, right? I don't know. I've not done this. It is super particular. O3 is a little slow. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Flask Enjoyer. Thanks for joining us in the depths of the abyss. All right. Oh, there we go. There we go. Set it in the list options? Possibly. What am I doing? I am completing a challenge. So there was this. I have a very simple question. I asked her in phone screens, print each level of a tree on a separate line. 90% of CS grad candidates can't do it. I am not a CS grad student, so maybe I can do it. But then this guy said, if you can solve this problem using Go, Kubernetes, SQLite, we're hiring at Terso Data. And so I thought, what if I just one-upped what the CEO of Terso Data said, and I make this enterprise ready? I figure a lot of people will hire me. So I have come up with this plan where we're going to make an enterprise ready app leveraging Istio, Kubernetes, Go services with B-tree operator. We're going to have Rust and Java to make it extra. So we're doing a microservice architecture inside Kubernetes using Limbo for stateful, for holding their stateful information. People are gonna have to hire me. Like after I complete this, they're gonna see how good I am at writing enterprise ready stuff. It should make a fun YouTube video. But I actually think that there's some really cool learnings from this. So one thing that people on my YouTube channel have been asking is for me to create more educational content on operators. And while I try to make my videos fun, I also try to make them somewhat educational. And so one of the cool things that I'm doing here is I'm actually going to have these operators influenced by services, so that the services can like have a REST request that then does something with the operator. And so I'm going to show how you can do that. So there's going to be a little bit of educational stuff that comes out of this, but we're also going to have a whole lot of fun, and we're going to troll the CEO when in about a month I release a video and at him for it. I've already informed my boss I'm not looking for a job, just in case he sees the video. Should I use a graph database? That's cheating. Graph database would be cheating. You just need to reverse the flux capacitor. It's always the flux capacitor. I tell you what, the flux capacitor is always the thing. I don't know whether I should reverse it or inverse it, or if it needs to just be spun 180 degrees. Yeah, the flux capacitors are difficult. They always trip me up. Not gonna lie. All right. Hey, if you're unsure, reverse it twice. Which oddly is not the same thing as just leaving it be. That's how flux capacitors work. All right. So wait a second. We gotta look at this. List options. All right. So what you're wanting us to do is not this. So I used this. But what you're wanting to do is something like I need to look this up. Where is don't care about migrations, generate CRUDs, using finalizers, good practice, raising events, watching owned resources, not owned reason. Using predicates. We shouldn't need a predicate. You know what? We might be able to do. They have an example app. I just need the code for that whole thing. Not that. Oh no. Scripts demo is not what I wanted. Okay, let's go back here. I thought they had like a cron job example, right? Building cron job. Yeah, this is what I need. Do they just have this? The full runnable project, it lives in project. Okay, cool. So, okay, here we go. We're in. So this would be an internal controller cron job. Child jobs. I thought it had child jobs. It uses client.matching field. I'm not crazy. Well, this doesn't make me crazy. What is the job owner key? Job owner key. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Am I supposed to do something like this? Job. One second. What did they do here? Where does this job owner key come from? I don't see it up here at all. Is it just a name field? One second. I'm gonna feel like super dumb. It's just a set. Huh. Yeah, undefined job owner key, which is what I don't see in their example up here. Am I missing job owner key here somewhere? Let's see. Dot metadata, dot control, dot metadata. I didn't have the dot on the front of it. No. Dutch, you're forgetting the dot at the front. We could also do just controller. Let's see this. Let's see this. Come on. We've got it. We do not have it. It was close. It was almost. It was close. Let's just stop this real close. Done. Okay. Oh, why did I do controller? It should be... I did controller because they did controller, right? Did I misspell controller? I might have. No, I didn't misspell controller. Okay, let's go with what I thought it should be. I thought it should be owner reference. Owner's references is the list, right? Maybe we're gonna have a problem on owner references. Maybe that's why they use controller. Is that why they use controller? See, owner references is this. But I can't do .uid at the end because it's a list, right? Or unless if it's just going to iterate the whole list. Will it do that? I mean, maybe. If it will do that, I'll do it. Let's give it a shot. But see, it's not saying that it didn't like it. It's saying that this doesn't exist. Look, I'm looking at the example, dude. I'm looking at the example right here. Job owner is .metadata. And they're using .controller. One second. Let's see. I wanted to go here and jump into metadata. Is there a controller? UID, resources, generation, deletions, annotations, finalizers, managed field. I don't see a .controller. What am I doing wrong? I mean, I've tried all the ways, right? Look, I'm doing it how QBuilder did it. They also did .controller, but .controller doesn't work. Oh, we gotta do the field indexer. Oh, I didn't do this. This is my bad. If I had read their whole thing, probably would have worked. All right. I see. Look, this is getting get field indexer. So we have to index the field that we want. Interesting. Okay, let's do it in a reusable way. Let's do. I don't know why Gopals is dying towards the end. Just highlight it. Just like, nah, bro. Whatever. We'll call this job owner. We're gonna do it the way that this demo is done. Yeah. Ah, Go Bulls came back. Check it out. All right, so if manager, so we have manager, get field index or field index contact background. We don't need this. What we need is our tree. Job anarchy, undefined tree. Isn't that what we called it? V1 alpha 1, tree V1 alpha 1, okay. Okay, okay. And then this API G string, we're just not gonna play that game, right? Because what they're wanting is this up here. Did we do it? We probably should do it. Since I'll probably make a video out of this, I probably should do it in a way that doesn't suck too much. Let's do this right. We'll do this right here. We'll do this right here, and then this is a tree V1 alpha 1. Done. Okay. This should be happy then. And owner, 1 second, let's make sure it's a cron job. Do I care? No, it should be a pod. It should be not our thing. So I'm just going to delete this. Anything my controller owns, I want to get it. Right? Okay, so that's fine. Your owner kind... Right. But... is this making sure... Oh, I guess we're making sure that the controller is a type of tree controller. Okay. This is fine. I was thinking that they were saying the thing that we're getting, but they're saying this is the type of the owner, the thing that owns it, which should always be a tree. Okay. I was wrong. This is fine. Okay. Well, you know what? Sumleys. That's what I'm calling you. Sorry if I mispronounced that. We're not even really sure what we're making here. We're playing around with Kubernetes operators. We're learning a little bit as we go. We're gonna make Kubernetes operators and jobs in both Go, Rust, and Java. I said both because I can't count. You'd think that with the last name of Counts, that would be like the one thing I could do. Merrick counts. Yes, he does. But not 1, 2, 3, like he just matters. Okay, so now that we have this, should this work? I want to say it will, but I'm open to it not working either. It still does not work. Okay. Oh, wait. We're using job owner key. Let's make sure we're using job owner key in here. I mean, we were using controller, but we'll just use job owner key. Done. right? Okay, let's do that again. Thank you, Headless Hunter. Can you explain to somebody that can't code at all? Headless Hunter, I'm gonna have a hard time explaining what I'm doing this couple weeks to somebody who can code, because most people I've explained it to have said, you're absolutely bonkers. So, you know, a lot of the times I can explain what we're doing. Today is a little bit different. Today is a little bit different. Mostly it's just pain and tears. This music is by Harris Heller, Stream Beats. I can pull it up for you. Absolutely. Love giving him a shout out. Copyright free music. Stream Beats. He has a bunch of copyright free music that I can play on stream. So super cool. He gets paid a little bit because I'm streaming his music, and as the people get royalties off of it. So Sumleys. Let's good LSP with NVim. So this is my current take, and I'm not a good NVim person. So do not take any. You're talking to a novice NVim person. All right. What I do is the languages I super duper care about, I install by hand. They're handcrafted, they're loved, they're adored. The languages that I sometimes touch and usually regret it when I do, I install with Mason. That's generally how I do it. Mason does a not great job, but it does an okay job. So, like I said, the languages that I'm going to use more, usually I don't do with Mason. But when we have something that I do touch a lot, one of the problems with Mason, then this is a problem I've had a lot with something that I do, is it can be out of sync with what version of the thing that you're using. So if you're using Go 119 and Mason is on 123 or 1 whatever, it can be difficult with that. So it's fine. Especially for stuff you don't touch much. Oh, work firewalls can screw with stuff like that. Easy peasy. Yeah. Happy to help, Headless Hunter. I mean, yeah, he puts that all copyright free, so I don't get content striked, and I get to have some music. I need to make some more specific playlists. Right now, I just dumped a bunch. I need to have like upbeat, low key, and some other things so that we can at least have a mood. Right now, the mood is random. That's the mood that you get. It's whatever mood the next song is. I haven't done that, but yeah, a lot of fantastic background music, so that's not just, you know, it used to be this, and this was not great. It's super cool that he does that. You have your own JDK? Fantastic. That sounds like a... I stopped what I was going to say. All right, let's see if... Oh my goodness. Error. Index with name field. Metadata controller does not exist. All right, did we miss something else in what they've done here? So this is where they use it. Did I just screw this up? All right, so I have the job owner key. What is he comparing it to? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. No, this is in this though. This is in the setup, right? So this isn't even getting into that. At this point, we're just in the setup of the tree, right? We're in this right here, setup with manager, right? Right? Or am I wrong? One second. Controller go 75. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm super wrong. I'm super wrong. My bad. We're here. We're here. And here, oh. Oh. I see. I see. I understand now. I understand. This did not work anywhere like I thought it was going to. They're matching this on this function's return. Oh, this is the wrong part of the code. This is the wrong part of the code. Okay, you guys got... I'm all... that code is down here. Not this. Wrong part of the code. This is the... Okay. Oh, phew. Oh, phew. Oh, boy. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. I was a little out of it. I was reading chat. Chat got... That one was on chat. That one's on chat. I was doing this right. I was doing this right. I do have that part on the index of my code. Let's go. Oh, no. Wrong key. I do have that. So here's that index part, right? Where we're taking the client.object with the job owner key. We're passing it the tree1 alpha v1 tree. Oh, get the controller of job. Oh, this is it right here. Get the controller of, well, no, this is job, but I mean, like, it's fine. This is actually tree. We'll replace it just so that. Grab the tree object, extract the owner. So we do the v1 alpha 1 tree. Let's look at what's happening over here. Let's look at what's happening over here. Okay, so they're doing their batch, K batch. It's like K-pop, but less musical. K batch should be their batch API. Cool. Kubernetes pods are Kubernetes owned pods containers. Yes. Agreed. Agreed, Sim. Get controller of job. Oh, wait. This is grab the job object, extract the owner, which is the cron job. What we want is grab the pod. Oh, I screwed this up. This is what, app v1? What is it? Core v1. I'm sorry, core v1. You're on ad break. I'm answering all of the most deep questions you've ever had. Okay, so when the people listening to ads, so all the Americans basically, get back, let's pretend we had the biggest epiphany ever. That's right. I don't know how to pretend that like that. All right, let's see if this works. I think maybe we're wanting to make sure that the pod is owned by a tree. I got it. I actually kind of did have a big epiphany. It crashed, but I think I might know this. I'm gonna be, I didn't ask for the ability to see pods. Okay, so I think, okay, let's see, one, this is pod. So this would be pod. Thank you, Togglebit. Wow, everyone, did you see what we just did? I'm gonna have to stop this stream because that was so amazing. What we did during that ad break was just uncomprehendable. I mean, unless you were here, I can't even describe how amazing it was. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It was just, like I said, I can't even describe the epiphany of life we just had. You're gonna have to go watch the VOD, but those are behind the paywall, so good luck. I feel like this is a scam. Okay, so legitimately we did figure something out. Not a scam. This is looking at jobs for the cron job, which is the controller. So the job is the thing, the cron job is the controller. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get pods and find the owner of the pod. And that owner should be a type of tree, right? Because that's our thing. So this is where we went wrong. Now we got this problem right here. Panic interface conversion client.object is a v1 alpha 1 tree, not a v1 pod. So that's right here, meaning that this raw object we're given is failing. And that's because we are indexing on trees here. So v1 core v1 pod. All right. That's not true, Dutch. Not 0 characters. Not 0 characters. Okay, it's not running. Look at this. Tree sample 1 already exists. Okay, let's delete it. Let's delete that pod. Okay, delete. Let's get this up and running in real time. Real time. Okay, get pods. Okay, I mean, it's still busted. But cool things. Cool things have happened that I want people to realize. One, this is not failing anymore. Like, this happens. Whether it works or not, it happens. And doesn't error. Okay? Doesn't error. I guess that's the singular cool thing that happened, okay? I'm sorry. I maybe overhyped that a little. Does it error if we run again? It does error. It does error because despite my best intentions, it doesn't actually work. It doesn't error. The job owner key works. It doesn't work though. Now, I think this is actually because I probably don't have permission to get fields on core v1 pods, right? We could like do something here. This is probably none. We could just like print the pod here, right? Oh, maybe we did get the pod. All right, all right, all right. All right, next thing that I want to do is not print that, but I want to print this returns a controller name, the owner dot name. Yeah, actually, you're right. The owner name, the AI was right here. The AI was right. I was wrong. AI was absolutely right there. I was wrong. So I think the problem now is we're not marking our pod as owned by us properly. Printed after your tree comparison? Oh, that's actually even more brilliant. Well, so why I printed it beforehand was I wanted to know, like, it should be tree, right? Controller tree, right? I think it should be. But, you know, I don't really know. What I kind of want to do is validate that this is correct. Oh, owner reference here. This might be wrong. Kind should be tree, right? The name would be something else. One second. What if the owner is nil? You know, I have bad feelings about this. I have bad feelings about this. Hopefully we don't see that print out. Oh! Did I say bad feelings? I had bad feelings. Okay. Let's go back in this code. Let's go where they create these things and see how they set the owner. We're just going to do like owner. Finally, we'll need to set an owner reference. This allows the Kubernetes guard, blah, 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 blah. Right. Where do you set the owner reference? Maybe they're doing it up here. The last line is a deep copy. Oh, set controller reference. This is what I need to do. This is what I didn't do this. This is solidly on the AI that guided me incorrectly. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Definitely not. Can I just do this right here, maybe? Fix that, please. Thank you. Okay. Pod. No. This should be tree. This will be the pod. And r.schema is good. Cannot use nil. Right. We need to be like this. One second. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining. Hope you have a good day. Hope you have a good day. Hope it goes better than my coding does. And thank you so much for the follow. Another rogue. Man, it's a lot of rogues followed today, honestly. Let's just try this. We'll do it like this. Error unable to set owner reference on pod. We'll see if that works. Oh, wait. Stop. We gotta delete this first. Okay, now we can do it. Oh, look at that tree sample. Beautiful. Now, okay, get pods. Okay, we got one. Cool. If we run again, it should delete this one and create a new one. Come on, delete it. Oh yeah. Now there were some errors, but it did delete it and create a new one. Beautiful. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Mastafu. It sounds like a gum, like a terrible gum. Like, don't eat that type of gum. Right, reconcile error. It's a feature, not a bug. Oh, okay, so these errors was actually a feature. This actually was a feature because it was being deleted And we were waiting on the deletion before we could do the creation. Cool. That's fine. All right. So we're back to why the crap does only one pod get created? What we might want to do is put a... Nah, we can just do the let it error. It literally is a feature at that point. You don't want this Kubernetes project. This is the architecture. This is the most cursed Kubernetes project I could think of. That's actually the whole point of it. Put myself through a couple weeks of pain creating the most cursed Kubernetes project I could think of. Tried to get hired at Tercero because I technically solved the things that they asked to solve in the most cursed way possible. Because Tercero had the audacity to ask for this level order printing to be solved using Go Kubernetes SQLite. And I was like, what are we going to do? We're going to one-up it. We're going to use Kubernetes, Istio, Go, Rust, Java, because it's going to be enterprise ready, microservices, hence Istio. And we're going to make a Rust operator, a Go operator, and a Java something, because it's enterprise ready. It has to have Java in it. Is this the coder version of showing up to the manager with a firm handshake and a resume in hand? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to at him. I'm going to make a video off of doing all of this. I'm going to at him with the video and be like, hire me. Although I have let my boss know that I'm not actually trying to get hired and that it's a stunt. Just so that my boss doesn't think I'm trying to get hired. Jason, if you're watching this. All right. Okay, so let's continue on. Except you show up in the company's restroom. All right. So our problem now is that it only creates one pod. And it should be creating 3, right? We can do... Yeah, the count is 3. So it really should be making 3 pods. We're not doing that. So step 1 of this is we're making a binary tree out of pods. We're making a binary tree out of pods. Oh my goodness, this is cursed. Okay. Now. Let's figure this out. Let's figure this out. We make a pod or a node in the binary tree for each iteration, right? That looks like it should work. Let's actually just print this. We should be able to print this. Root dot, there's print, right? No. We have something on this for print, right? I thought in order, level order. Level order will print it, right? Level order doesn't print it. It does it in order, but it doesn't print it. Okay. Should we print? No. Okay, we're print the current node. Okay, it does print it. Okay, so we can just do level order. In our code here, I think. Mastifu, thank you so much for the follow. Let's go back here and do level order. No, it is not. It's right here. Level order. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I see my mistake. I see my mistake. I apologize for it. Oh, stop that. Why are we doing what we're doing? I'm not sure. 6 decided to take me somewhere random. Not where I wanted to go. Okay, I could have just done this. Okay. We need to do a level order route. All right. It should print. You know what? We should have printed out some like 1, 2 tree sample. I believe that is the. Well, let's Okay, now it's a little bit better. A little bit better. All right. Small problem. It's 1, 2 instead of 1, 2, 3, right? Not exactly what I wanted. So we have one problem at least. Oh. I know why it's 1, 2 instead of 1, 2, 3. I'm an idiot. That's why. Easy as that. All right, let's go down here. This is why. Come here. I start at 1, but I go to less than count, not equal to count. I knew it as soon as I saw that. I was like, I don't go to less than or equal to count. This should be 1, 2, 3 now, right? Yeah. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Beautiful. Well, thank you, Headless Headhunter. It would be fun to have a raid from you. It's good to have you all on. I'm glad you guys have had fun. I've actually kind of had fun. I've not done this. Now, this level order traversal actually strikes me as incorrect, right? No, it's correct. 2 should be the main one, and then 1 and 3 should be the... it looks correct. Good. So we got that. All right. So now if we run, it should have 3 pods. Let's actually let it run for a little bit. So it's going to go through, delete the pods, and it's going to fail to create until they're deleted. Delegation of flask. I don't know why I saw flask. My apologies. It's good to have you on. Thanks for the follow. So it only has 2. So now we have another indexing issues. So we delete the old pods. And so this has to... Oh. I do has next, right? And the last one won't have a has next, right? So what we need to do is node does not equal nil, right? Oh, not plus equal. My goodness. All right. Fixed. Some sort of programmer demigod right here. I just... Outstanding. I'm an idiot. I feel like every single bug I had was self-inflicted and stupid. All right, let's clean up some of this. This controller is basically done. We're gonna do some stuff to clean it up, for sure. But this controller is basically done. That's all it needed to do. What else am I printing? We are printing, let's see. We don't need to do this. Where is it? We don't need that in there. You're not wrong, Dutch. So right now, if it needs an update, I don't reorder and like just delete the too many pods. I could just delete and add the right number of pods when there's an update. Right now, I'm like, sorry, delete you all and recreate you. Let's make that a to-do. I'm not doing that today. This is not the best way to do this. Absolutely, Dutch. There's time and energy. I only have a certain amount of either. And just pure willpower. Pure willpower. So if we get back to this or not, I'm not too fussed about it one way or another. All right. Cool. Operator 1, done. Done. Now, I was gonna make the API out of Go. Do we want to make this out of Java? The REST API that we use to make this B-tree operator. What language should we make it out of? Do you have a good idea? I was gonna make it out of Go because this one is in Go. I already have the stuff for it, so it would be easy. But do we want to make the API out of Java? Question no one has ever asked. What would people find? Is that your vote for PHP, Dutch? Is that your vote for making this PHP? Is that what you want? All right. All right. A poll. Now, every time I do a poll, I get one person. So this is where there are 26 of you. I expect 28 votes. Okay, so you better go find your friend to get on right now because we need 28 votes. Question, what should the API be in? All right, we have Pascal. We have Java. We have PHP. We have OCaml. Are there any other votes? We have one more possible idea here. I guess we'll put Go as the last one. Go. You're not going to be able to vote channel points, and we're going to have a minute. Are you guys ready? COBOL. Okay, we have a couple other services, so we'll do votes for those as well. Instead of me just picking Rust or whatnot, we'll do votes for those. If people like the polls, whenever we do a new service in this dreaded thing, we'll just pick a new one. Maybe we'll make the judgment that we can't have a repeat language. Ooh. I don't know if I like that because there's so many microservices in this. This is gonna hurt me. All right, go take the poll. Well, you have to understand, I actually love Rust. If I could only pick a single language to program for the rest of my life, I would probably pick Rust. Hands down. I said probably. I would pick Rust. So I am a Rust enjoyer. I do program a lot. And in fact, if you follow me on YouTube and whatnot, and my next video of the database is all in Rust. That being said, I like trying other languages, and I love the lessons I can learn while programming another language. So. All right, what is it? Oh, we got a tie. Okay, there's only 4 votes. There's only 4 votes. That means mathematically, of the 4 votes, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. Because that means of the 4 votes, there was 26 of you who didn't vote. Because we hit up 30 viewers. There was 26 of you who didn't vote. A shame. Shame on you. All right. I guess it's either Go or PHP, but I guess we're doing PHP. All right, so this will be PHP. All right, fair. This calculated job is probably going to be Java. Let's do this. We'll make this Java. We'll make it the big J. And then the B tree reader service, we can do Pascal. We'll put the big P there. All right. There we go. We have our new architecture. We're only using a language one time for one thing. Okay, do you know what this means? I have been streaming for... How long have I been streaming? 4 hours. The DevOps department of this company is going to go postal. Go with PHP 5.7. I don't know what the version of... Isn't like PHP on like 11 or something? PHP 8.4. Look, I'm using 8.4. Okay. What do we call this stack? Oh, good. I'm gonna actually have to come up with a name for this stack. That's pretty good. Let's see. We have Istio. We have Rust. We have PHP. We have Go. We have Java. We have Pascal. We have Kubernetes. We have containers. All right, let's ask ChatGPT what the IRPGTPKC stack should be named. We are missing a ton of vowels. Oh, look, call me Mr. Yogurt. I'll call you Mr. Yogurt. That's a deal. Mr. Yogurt. I don't know anything about PHP. That's why I was going to say either I call it a day or I do some gaming, because I can't go 4 hours and then jump into PHP. That's just, I can't do that. I gotta mentally get ready. I gotta go read the Introduction to PHP book. I can't do it. It will 100% be larval. 1000% larval. 1,000,000,000,000% larval. Okay. Let's ask ChatGPT what this is though. We gotta come up with a stack name for the YouTube video. All right. I'm looking to make a funny YouTube video about a programming stack that I made to get hired at a company that would not touch me with a 1,000-foot stick. The stack includes technologies like Kubernetes, Istio, Rust, Go, PHP, Laravel, Kubernetes operators, Pascal. What else are we using here? Java. Limbo. Limbo is the database. Limbo and a few more. I'm looking for a funny name, like the name given in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Hey, this named it pretty. This nailed it. Since your tech stack is a chaotic mix of cutting edge, legacy, obscure, and overly complex technologies, the name should reflect the absurdity. Absolutely. Here are a few funny name ideas. Kubernetes with a chance of limbo. No. I didn't mean Cloudy with a chance. He does the fligmifer, right? It's like the job repellent stack. Cube script type ops plus. Okay. What is the acronym? What is the acronym for the fligmifer? I don't really remember what it is. Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. Acronym. This. I was just clicking around. Okay. What about something like I wrote 3. What was 3? Microservice mayhem? All right, let's try to pronounce some of these. Oh, Klimbo PHPX. Oh my goodness, that one kind of runs off the tongue. This is a pretty good one. Ligofracron. That's actually pretty good too. Ligma. Where's Ligma? I'll see. Pork Django. Okay, these are definitely Chaos Netties. Complicated hybrid application over engineered stack plus Kubernetes. I love that. The Kubernetes is just added on to that. Criplop? What's Criplop? I kind of like the Chaos Netties. I kind of like 6, honestly. Kerplop. Chaos Netties is a great open source project name. The Kubernetes and Laravel microservice all go extreme down. That is actually pretty. Calmageddon. Calmageddon. I don't know. All of these are pretty good, honestly. Maybe I can work multiple of them into the video. Because the description of 5 is pretty good. But I like Chaos Netties though. I now have to make an open source project called Chaos Netties. Because like it needs to exist. Okay. We're putting all of these in here. What about a Kubernetes named Kerplop? I like Kerplop. I just don't know, wait, how you got Kerplop. So that was a Kubernetes. So where's the I come from? I is Istio. Okay. So Kubernetes Istio. Okay, I see. The PHP and Pascal are the O and P and operators. I got it. I got where Kerplop is. I see. This is Kerplonk. Kerplomp. But I like Kerplop. Kerplop is actually pretty good. We could do like JX as well. JX for like Java Extreme. So let's put this over here. No, I don't need the prompt in here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kerplop JX for Java Extreme or just Java. I like it. This is Kubernetes, Istio, Rust, PHP, Laravel, operators, Pascal, Java Extreme Edition. All right. Not your mommy's Kubernetes stack. Definitely not Java. Java's in there. We've got this sorted out. I'm actually liking the idea of keeping everything their own. The other cool thing that I get out of this is we already learned a really cool thing. Like, this is actually a cool operator video to go over from just Kubernetes perspective, because we're getting like the owners and how to add this field indexer. Like, this is actually really cool. Just a Kubernetes video. and the thing that we're doing with it. So this alone will be a cool Kubernetes videos. That's like actually my plan, is just to make this a single Kubernetes video. The kerplop is the kerplop video is a whole different video. Because there's people that want more like stuff on Kubernetes operators. So this is a good one. And then going down this, there's actually some cool stuff that we get to learn. So a B tree operator for the Rust here. Basically this operator is going to watch for changes in this, and it's going to schedule a job to basically read off the B trees in level order and send that to be the B tree service, which is going to store that in history. So this is going to make sure that this is every iteration of the B tree when we make changes to it gets stored in history. I know, super overly complicated. That's the name of the game. But this is a cool operator because we get to do one in Rust. And we get to do a job in a different language. Okay, yeah, I like this. I like this. Okay, cool. All right, I think I'm out for today, guys. I'm exhausted. I could play a game that I'm not very good at, or be done. Let me see. What games do I have? I don't know that I have any good games installed. I have an update too. I want to be good at Baldur's Gate. I suck at Baldur's Gate. One, I suck at Baldur's Gate because I have terrible luck. I literally have terrible luck. It's like you need above a 5, and because of your skill set, you need only a 4. And then I roll a 2. Every single time. I got so frustrated with the game because it wasn't random. It was like punishing levels of bad luck. My first round through, I literally failed a like 75% chance twice. And I was just like, this game hates me. This game hates me. That or I'm just really bad at it. Which, it may be that I'm bad at it. I have Elden Ring. I haven't played Elden Ring. I have a Steam update. I haven't played Steam for a while. How's everybody doing today? Has your guys' week gone well? Your week's gone well? Have you been leveraging the kerplop stack much recently? Wow, this is a big update. Just sitting there. All right, you know what? We'll do a gaming stream. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll hop on tomorrow and I'll do a gaming stream. We'll let this update. We're going to find somebody to raid. I'm going to get off of here for just a little bit. I need to go stand up and take a walk. I need to take the puppy for a walk. Yeah, I need to take the puppy for a walk. So that's what I'm going to do. There's the Alt F4 stream. Let's see, who else is on? Who else? Alt F4, Mr. Ray is doing Rust and Bevy. Actually, that's pretty cool. Let's do Mr. Ray. All right. Thanks everybody for joining. I super appreciate you coming. Please hit that follow button if you'd like to follow. I would love it if you followed, and go check out my YouTube videos if you would love to. They're linked in the description of this. So anyways, check them out. And go say hi to Mr. Ray Ray. Give him some love, whatever. Be nice. Be nice. But go say hi to Mr. Ray Ray, and I will see you all maybe tomorrow for a fun gaming stream. Otherwise, I will see you definitely Friday, and I hope to see you guys next week. Bye.
There we go. Wow. Thank you, good sir. I hope you're doing well. I haven't checked out your stream in a while. I'll come by tomorrow. Everybody. Hello, hello. Woot woot indeed. Happy Saturday. Saturday.
Oh, hey Dane_Alex. Thanks for hitting that follow button.
Thank you, Dane Alex.
Bevy stream, I know.
Oh shit! Wow. Well, there's a lot of Bevy streamers out there. Well, thank you, good sir. Thank you. So, for everybody new here, we are currently working on a game. And it's a 3D deep space game, and this is sort of the Figma design file that I have for it. And that's sort of the best way to show that the game, while it loads and builds up. So,
clean up. It's gonna be a cost-edge difference, and Wham just steps out of this one. Vortex opens with a 1-0 lead. Vortex lost against Marine Lord 3-0. This is the first game he wins today, and it's a much-needed one because both of these players are fighting for their tournament life. Wham lost to Beastie 3-0. Marine Lord beat Vortex 3-0 as well. One of these two players, Vortex or Wham, will not make it to tomorrow. Vortex right now up 1-0 after a quick game number 1.
And you could see the military value chart. It was in Wham's favor just by a little bit, only at 150 during that big engagement. But the problem is a good portion of his military wasn't there. None of the Ghazi Raiders were there in support, so archers were just able to run free. He overmade the archers, and the Royal Knights just didn't have anything to deal with them early on. So really good, clean game by Vortex in game number 1. A Civ that definitely suits his playstyle. Now, going to look at some of these highlights, and then we'll see what the matchup is for game 2, what the map and follow-up game is going to be. This was that first great brace from Wham, first big pickup on the night.
Yeah, in hindsight, one of the things that Vortex did that was different from the classic French build is add a couple of spearmen. So when you play standard Knight and Archer, as we talked about this, the Ghazi Raider or Horseman Spearman generally beats that composition. But if you, as the French player, mix in some spearmen, the opponent needs archers. The Delhi player needs archers because your Ghazi Raiders will get butchered by the spears. And I think what ended up happening here is that Vortex showing a couple of spears prompted Wham to commit very heavily into archers. In fact, too heavily, because most of his resources were spent on units that were then unable to deal with the knights.
Yeah, and looking at that fight, though, if the 8 Ghazi Raiders Wham had were anywhere close, the archers couldn't sit there and free fire and snipe down the spears. They'd actually have to micro-kite and get cleaned up, and that's where now we see the picture-in-picture. They were trying to kill some reinforcing units, trying to kill some of that, but ultimately fighting spears on the backside. Not a good fight, and Vortex, he hits castle here, so Wham knows he has to take it, and Vortex actually looks and he's like, this is a winning fight. Even though he castled, and by the time the fight's going to end, Knights are going to get upgraded to veteran and still have double-digit numbers.
Yeah, a really nice micro in this fight by Vortex, by the way. He was prioritizing the spearmen with the archers, got rid of them as quick as possible, and from there on out, these archers will not hold the Knights back. Vortex up 1-0 here, and it was a quick battle. In fact, so far, both Wham and Vortex played quick series, 2 quick 3-0s to push them down to the lower bracket. And I don't think they had any like super long games there either. And now, Wham is going to take it into Vortex's home map, but he wants something fundamentally different. He has no desire to play on Himeyama, which is more open than Arabia. He has no desire to play on Boldland. He wants to take this to moving out and make the game chaotic.
Yeah, and chaotic is how this map plays out every single time. One of the things I always am concerned about, and especially with English being on the map, is if there's a few longbows and you're able to get vision across the wood line is key when it comes to water, and you can snipe down, deny, delay so many villagers on that wood line. So that's one of the big concerns playing against the English. Well, usually you'll see multiple outposts in the wood lines, things like that, and eventually a chop through, because there are some times where this map will extend out.
I still remember the game where Corvinus tried to ram rush B, and he took out 2 landmarks just to realize that B was finishing up a 3rd landmark on the outside, and he had just no way of leaving this island. I wonder how Wham is going to play this, though, because so far, this wasn't really his day. Obviously, he's not getting easy opponents, facing off against Beastie in the opening round, now getting Vortex as well, but things aren't going his way, and again, if he ends up losing this series, he is going to be out of the tournament, which would be a bit of a surprise, considering that recently he has been, delivering top 4 or even top 2 performances at times.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of those dominant players in recent history, and it's one that not really living up to the gameplay, but there's a lot of game left. This is not a best of 1. This is not a best of 3. We got a best of 5 over here. This is a lot of games left for Wham. He just needs to just get that foot behind. Maybe Delhi was a throwaway sieve. You never know. I don't think it is, but we can throw out any excuses here we want. But moving out with this next map, he wants to get things chaotic, and chaotic is sometimes what you need to get yourself back on the level you want to be.
Well, we just have a minute left to go. I think this is a good time to take a look at the brackets, though, just for a brief moment, because, again, this is not the final series of the day, Vortex versus Wham. We still have to decide about one more spot in the lower bracket semifinals. We already had the 4 opening round matches done here. We've witnessed an absolutely stunning series against Louis MT by Anatan. And now Louis MT is going to have to fight for survival against Baltoon at the bottom part of the bracket.
Yeah, and the Louis MT versus Baltoon coming up next after this one. Another exciting series as, Baltoon may have gotten 3-0'd by Puppy. We casted the wild series between Anatan and Louis, but still it will be a close matchup indeed.
I'm just wondering. One thing I've noticed is that in the upper bracket semifinals, we have Marine Lord's face for Anatan, so I guess he's so cool that he's in the semifinals twice.
Yeah, I'm sure Anatan's probably pretty upset by that being his picture instead of his picture, but it is what it is over here.
Anyway, I think we have a game ready to go, Wham versus Vortex, and it's moving out. I'm super hyped. I know some people have mixed feelings about this map, but I absolutely love it. It's pure chaos all over. Vortex with the color red, using the Order of the Dragon, and on the other side, Wham with the English in yellow.
Yeah, and let's see how this craziness will end up coming to fruition. The early game, it's all about the water. We'll see some fishing boats pop up. There's not too much you can really scout as you got your little half side of your island to check on out.
I mean, there's not much to scout. That is an understatement. You are just stuck in here, in this middle island, until you get a ship and start migrating out. There is no gold to mine in here, so that's something that needs to be considered. And, sometimes you see civilizations like, let's say, the Rus being here, and you just get your gold trickle and say, okay, I don't need to mine gold. But that's not the case if you're Vortex or Wham with the English and the Order of the Dragon.
No, not at all. And deep sea fish on this map, I always laugh because you like look and you see it and you're like, oh, is there only one deep sea fish on each spot? And you're like, no, okay, that's just kind of how it looks. There's a couple deep sea fish on each spot. You will see all of the kind of corners being expanded out to. Usually you'll see a lot of kind of chaotic attacks on every single different spot on the water. Transport ships here in a little bit, but first just booming up that eco and getting as many numbers pumped up as you can. Looks like, is Vortex going for an early wall?
I think so. Yeah, that's a little wall segment right there. At least he's going to try. On the other side, yeah, both are kind of skirmishing around, but Vortex is going to get that wall going.
It's literally just one segment.
You kind of need that wall, because if you think about it, Wham is playing the English. When he gets up to Feudal Age, on this map, even a handful of longbows could cause a lot of headache for you.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. You can circle over, but at the same time, you can always just park those longbows on the wood line as long as you can get some sort of vision. And there's a transport ship already out for Vortex now. So he's the one that's already making an expansion, already making a move out.
This is cheeky. This is super cheeky. So normally, you transport villagers towards the back of your island because that's where they're the safest. Now he is moving out to this weird location here, and remember, because the enemy scouts are usually in the middle, it's not like this gets scouted immediately. So first of all, he's got that element of surprise where it's difficult to find him. But I think the bigger thing is that he will want to go for a proxy base here. I think he wants to proxy base the gold mine that Wham is going to utilize, which should be at the very back, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Wham
wait a
is
minute.
already out on the North Gold Vein, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Like, the
3
two
villagers,
players
I believe?
actually mirror
4,
each other.
5. Oh, wow, more.
I wonder if they are practice partners, because this is quite unusual for this map.
They definitely could be, but both players have already moved out. I laughed. There's a wall on the north side for Vortex. South side says, I'm good. TC's close to there. TC can protect there. Not too big of a deal. Wham could go out and do some walls himself if he desires. But for now, Abbey of the Kings is the first thing being dropped, and it's on the outside for Wham. So he wants to roam the outer edge with the king.
Interesting. I was going to say, like, proxy could have been an option by Vortex, but same for Wham. If Wham anticipates his opponent to be to the far right, then he can just try to be annoying with a king. And if he gets the Abbey of Kings up a little closer, it means that he can get the king out to harass the enemy a lot quicker. This transport ship is just there to kind of be annoying.
Be annoying. Just be a distraction. See if you can mess up some pathing from the fishing boats, maybe. Who knows? Chapel dropped in the wood line, so if there is a landmark snipe potential, Wham could try it if he wanted. But I think that's just one that we always try to hype up landmark snipe. I always try to.
Yeah.
We want the fun plays. We want the exciting plays over here.
Of course we do. It's like, landmark snipes can be fun, that's for sure, but I don't think it's going to be a thing here. If I would have to bet, I would say there is going to be quite some naval combat, though. Because the players are so far away from one another on the outside part of the land.
Yeah, the thing is, Vortex, I think, has a scout that is able to see the landmark here in just a second. He's making that circle, so he will have that perfect knowledge and information of what he needs. Okay, here's 5 villagers. It's Abbey the King on the outside. It just got finished, so he knows the king timing, and he actually just sees the additional villagers moving out to the gold as well. So that could, you know, give him some insight. What is that, 8, 9 villagers onto the gold?
That's a very gold-heavy build for Wham. He is opening with a galley and also queuing up a Hulk. On the other side, Vortex is opening just with a Hulk. He does have the Aachen Chapel, though, to boost the Lumberjacks. So one thing to keep in mind is that Vortex is going to have a really good wood income, and that's going to help, or that should help a lot when it comes to taking naval fights.
And a lot of gold makes me think a lot of demolition ships, as we've seen that become a meta at times with these water maps. You can also, you know, go with some arrow slits, try to play a little bit defensive, but Wham is the first one onto the water, and he should get a pick here and takes down one of the fishing boats. He's focusing down another, trying to make the pathing weird. This time, Vortex able to heal up if need be. Springled ship arrives, forces back that galley, but Wham, again, step ahead, has a springled ship versus a galley at the north side.
This is
Dock
a
in the south
tricky
for
setup
healing.
because one thing I was thinking about is that back in the good old days, so to say, like 3-4 months ago, the way Vortex would play a water map is quickly build up a gigantic force of demos and then force one decisive fight. But it's difficult to accomplish on a map like this, and now he's getting a racks up. It's just for a spearman. He is anticipating that king to arrive. The king is nowhere close just yet, though. Or is it? There's a little yellow dot moving his way.
It does look like that might actually be the king indeed, and there's nowhere to run. The spear is just now popping out. It is an Order of the Dragon spear, though, so it's nothing to joke around about. However, Villager falls.
Oh
And
boy.
it just gets surrounded.
And now, oh, what is that?
Oh my god! Oh, that's game over.
That's game
Is that
over.
game over?
That is
Oh.
game over. The transport ship got intercepted. The transport ship got intercepted. Vortex was afraid that he was going to lose everybody, so he tried jumping out, and the galley just blasted all the villagers from up close. That is 12 villagers gone. That might just be the game.
Might be the game. That's, oh my god! Demo ship arriving to the Springled. Does get taken out in time, but Wham, he's fighting this right next to his dock, and Vortex gives up. It's already, it's that quick. He knows it. And the thing is, some players would try to play through this. I'm
No.
one, I'd throw in the towel immediately. It's over.
That is it. And this is one of the crazy things about this map. One of the things I like about the chaotic nature of this. Early game, if you intercept a transport ship, which does happen every once in a while, if that were to happen, you can win the game in an instant. And that is exactly what happened. Vortex tried to get a bunch of villagers out there. He sent like a dozen or more in that transport ship. And then the transport ship gets caught off guard. And keep in mind, this was happening while he had to micro the spearman against the king. That's what we were focusing on. And then the next thing you know, his transport runs into a bunch of combat ships. So he had to just say, okay, I need to jump out and make a run for it. If this ship sinks, I'm done. He jumps out, but the galleys were so close that he got instantly blasted with that arrow fire, and he just lost the majority of the wheels.
Yep, and just like we said, just throw in the towel, get out of that game, get into the next one. That's exactly what they planned on. So enough of moving out. We did say there was always some excitement. It might just be a little bit quicker than what we expected.
So far, what are we doing? We have a 20-minute combined session for 2 games, something like that.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a change of pace. After it was our first series was pretty quick. Our second series was rather long. Now we're going back to quick. So let's see if it's still going to be this kind of roller coaster of a ride over here. Game 3 though, Himeyama, Wham has chosen Chinese. Vortex has the Rus. So I think we saw this matchup in a series earlier as well.
Yeah, it's a classic. It feels like a Pro Scouts type of a setup. I think one difference, though, compared to the series or the game that we've seen, Rus versus Chinese, is that game happened on Dry Arabia, and we've seen a lot of wolves. On Himeyama, it's a different story. This is a difficult map to play with a slow-moving composition for a Chinese player. The Rus love it. They love their horse archers. They love their knights. They're going to be more than happy playing this wide-open map. I don't know about the Chinese, though. I'm curious what Wham has cooked up for this map, because I think if you're Vortex, you have a clear game plan here. And again, Vortex will have access to Feudal Age Knights. He absolutely loved those. And so far, games have been super quick. I don't expect that to change. Classic Vortex setup here. You either win in 20 or you lose in 20, but you're definitely not going more than 20. Here we go. Game number 3 here. Vortex versus Wham. 1 apiece right now. We are heading into Himeyama for game number 3.
And here we go, tied up series now with Wham taking the game on moving out. Vortex over on the western side as the Rus in the color red, Wham in the eastern side as the Chinese in the color yellow, and is going ahead, moving out to that gold vein already, has that mill tucked up nice and close to the town center as typical.
So Pro Scouts, I love the split between the hunting cabins, by the way. Especially the one at the back, it's a very feels-good men style hunting cabin.
Oh yeah, that is one where you got 28 trees inside of there. It's tucked nice inside of two different little smaller wood lines. And if you look at a couple of the different wood lines on this map, there's a lot of easy spots to tuck up some prime time hunting cabins. So you can get some really, really nice and efficient spots for yourself.
Speaking of efficient spots, though, one thing that's not going to be very efficient for players is gold access. Every single gold mine on this map is wide open. Neither of the players have a well-defensible gold mine, and I think that's going to be a big factor moving forward.
I think, yeah, I was supposed to say that this one highlighted, there could be a few short walls dropped from Wham, and Wham is one that he will be a player to drop some early walls, so wouldn't be too surprised to see him move out, you know, just drop a short wall on a wood line, drop a short wall on another wood line, and then all of a sudden, he's got a pretty defendable backside of his base.
Feudal Age will kick in for both of these players real quick. I wonder if Wham is going to go with the Barbican. You would definitely need that for the gold mine, but he's opening Academy because he needs that extra tax. Going for Pro Scouts is expensive on the gold department, so you do want to have that Academy down as well.
Yeah, Imperial Academy, like you said. We got Golden Gate, kind of the choice that we have seen become a lot more favorsome over here for the Rus. 5 villagers on top of that Golden Gate. And so let's see if Vortex is going to play this Feudal Age gameplay or just going to go up for a faster castle.
A good old-fashioned Golden Gate build here. It reminds me of the early Rus days, really. I think after all the balance changes that the Rus underwent, we just got back to essentially what's day number 1 builds. Golden Gates, Pro Scouts, Horse Archers. I feel like I've seen this back in the good old days, I guess.
Yeah, it's one that it was a meta that was loved for a while, or loved or hated, depending on which side of the spot you're on. However, Vortex is one that we know he is a player that's known to utilize micro, utilize cavalry, and Rus is a civ that is known for that as well. Whether it's the Feudal Age Knights, whether it's the Horse Archers, like we mentioned as well. But nice little Imperial Academy spot, and we'll see how quick, I should say, that Pro Scouts is researched by either of these players. We've seen a lot of times, this is exactly what the Chinese kind of go for. It's not immediate Pro Scouts. They go for first the barracks, get a few spears out, try to deny Pro Scouts, try to grab some map control, and then you go with the stables yourself and go with your Pro Scouts.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, especially because the Chinese need to collect the gold from the tax to be able to afford Pro Scouts. So in order to kind of buy some time or do something while you're waiting for that, you want to get some map presence going, you want to get those spearmen out, and just start moving out and start pushing away the enemy scouts from your deer packs.
Now we're just seeing some scout v scout action, though. Vortex first one to pull back away. He wants those scouts to start bringing back the deer, as he knows he's going to be the first one researching Pro Scouts, as he already is. Spears moving out for Wham already. So I think, I don't know what the kind of number is where he pulls the trigger. I felt like in the previous game we saw it was like 4, and then it's okay. 4 is enough spears to kind of split off into a few different deer packs, try to deny some, and then go with the stables yourself, go with Pro Scouts yourself, which he has already been researching too.
Yep, Pro Scouts are on the way. He's able to catch up quickly because he can supervise the production. Now, Vortex is opening with a couple of spearmen himself, and I think this is where we're starting to see differences compared to the previous games that we've seen with this Civ matchup. No knights whatsoever. no high mobility units whatsoever for Vortex. He's just gonna try to play with the Spearman. He's going to have a range out as well, I think, so he's going to go Archer Spear at the beginning. It actually means that Wham should be happy about this. If you don't encounter Rus Knights in Feudal Age, I think that's a win for the Chinese.
Yeah, especially, you know, considering they have their own little bonuses to their economy, and we can see it in the number at the top. It's not a 3 villager lead for Wham, it's a 3 IO lead for Wham that he has, that he's able to, you know, build up and supervise different things, make his economy a bit more efficient. Does lose a spear to some town center fire. They were chasing a little bit too far, but can try to cut off where these scouts are bringing back in the rest of those deer.
Eventually, Wham is going to drop the Barbican for the Song Dynasty, and that's where things will get interesting. That's where he's going to start inflating his villager count. But for now, there is no rush to do that, especially because it's not like any of his resources are critically exposed. He's not facing any terrifying force from Vortex that would push his eco right now.
Look at the gold he's starting to accrue up into the bank. It's not even that he's over onto the gold, it's just that he's starting to gather so many taxes for different things, so can start getting a few different economic upgrades. You see double products come in, you see the survival tech come into play, make that deer gathering a little bit more efficient because he's ferrying those back on home, and still just pumping that spear number up even after seeing the archers.
And now Wham is trying to mirror that with his own archers, but thankfully for him, he's playing Chinese, so he can supervise production. It allows him to mirror what Vortex is doing. Even if he's playing from a catch-up position, he can just quickly supervise production and catch up in the archer numbers or whatever unit numbers, really.
Another spear falls. Imperial examinations coming in, so even more tax gold gonna start flowing, but that is a lot of easy and free deer bringing home from Vortex. He's secured basically that whole northern pack. There's no contesting from Wham at all, and the whole southern pack is left as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a slow opening for a game. It's a bit of a change of pace compared to what we've seen in game number 1 and 2. For now, it's just archers, by the way, from Wham. He cannot go for Chugenu just yet. Looks like he is going to click up to Song Dynasty now, however, as we have a little skirmish here. Wham is going to pull back for the time being.
Yep. And Vortex's numbers starting to look pretty scary. We know that he is one to, you know, be that aggressive player, and they're scarier than Wham's because we see it now. The Barbican's finally going down. He'll be able to kind of bolster that economy with villagers over time. Also have like a little safety net for his gold vein. Vortex does throw away a few spears, but at the same time, snags a few more of deer from Wham's deer pack, not his own this time.
Yeah, it looks like Vortex is indeed going into Castle Legend. I was really wondering if Wham was thinking Castle Legend skipping the Barbican, because at some point it looked like he was just going to pile up the resources for Castle. But he first goes Barbican. This is going to delay his Castle Age timing, however.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Wham did go with the Horseman, so he's got the ability to, you know, obviously snipe down the few spears that are left, the one spear that is left, and can continue to pressure. But High Trade House already on the way, a quarter of the way up. And meanwhile, Vortex also got the majority of the deer so far.
This is looking better and better for Vortex, and we're now getting to the stage where he's going to start leveraging the deer he brought in. He's going to start leveraging the high mobility units of the Rus. I would expect to see horse archers, knights potentially as well. And it's not like Wham can punish this Castle Age. That is the big problem for him. Wham has a very small army. It's definitely not enough to punish an early castle here.
Yeah, he just finished Wheelbarrow himself. He's actually starting to make some more chukes. And the Castle Age just finishes. Wham does have a little small mass over at Vortex's side, but really all Vortex needs to queue up is like a knight and some horse archers, and it should clear that on up. Mainly, I would say the knight would be the key, but instead it's triple horse archer for him. He's just going to run away from that archer mass, not take the engagement into that.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot for Wham, especially because his eco is a little unbalanced. Like, if he wants to castle, at some point he was just not having enough food income, not having a good food bank, and he was floating a little gold. He is working his way towards Castle Age, but he's actually getting some blacksmith techs as he goes up, so he's definitely not rushing up.
Yeah, he's also getting some good aggression, albeit, you know, maybe not damage, but he's getting information. He's getting a little bit of idle time. And so he knows that obviously Warrior Monks are coming out. That was expected, but Vortex is actually going with some men-at-arms moving forward, too.
Oh. I don't hate the choice. It's a really good tanking unit in this fight. Look at this. Just one man-at-arms in there, it soaks up so much arrow fire. And remember, foot archers trade well against horse archers. So you need something that soaks up the arrow fire. If you're Wham, you're focusing the horse archers first and just ignore the men-at-arms.
Yeah, and that's the whole idea. Instead, he's letting the Chooks actually take down the men-at-arms, but that's... I hate that idea. If you just micro down all of the horse archers, it's just such a better value fight. And then when there's one men-at-arms left, you just kind of laugh in his face and you say, all right, now's the time to A-move that one back, kite it on away or whatnot. But instead, he keeps falling into the trap of attacking the men-at-arms. Every time he does, he loses a Chook. Every single time.
It's tricky because the Chugenu don't have a good range. It's not like the archers where you can just fire back at the horse archers immediately. The Chugenu actually have to be pretty close, and now he's getting cleaned up, and he's doubling down on Feudal Age. This is bad for Wham. He pushed up, and a moment ago he had enough resources for Castle Age. Now he's thinking twice about it, just cancels a bunch of units in queue. But now he's caught in no man's land, essentially. If he ages, he doesn't have an army. If he doesn't age, he's just gonna get overwhelmed by premium units.
And look at how many units are just slowly falling as he runs on away. It's like 5, 6, 7 Chooks that he's now lost for nothing at all. And I mean, this is just really one where it feels so bad, especially knowing he has not dropped the castle yet. He has not started his age up. Wololo was attempted, does have some spears positioned there, so that is a huge feels good. And Vortex doesn't have enough men-at-arms to actually dive the Chinese base, especially with the Barbican, especially with hand cannon slits on you know, the TC that it shoots. And Chooks, as the number climbs, can take that more efficiently. So Vortex doesn't have the numbers yet. Wham does have some timing, and now we'll start dropping castle.
Yeah, this is a nice catch up here by Wham. He killed a warrior monk with spearmen and then just hit the spearmen to the north. And the reason why this is huge is because, as you said, Wham was definitely slow to Castle Age. But Vortex cannot just dive. And at this point, Wham is about to reach Castle Age. He's actually going up in the Imperial Palace. He is skipping the Nest of Beast production on the Clock Tower. He's gonna go Imperial Palace. Very valuable to have that extra line of sight on an open map like this. But when it's all said and done, Wham still has a respectable force. He does need a couple of crossbows to deal with the man-at-arms, but it's a decent army. He is completing walls on each flank. And most importantly, Vortex is only up to 2 relics. I think is there an opening here to the right of this forest? That could be a problem.
I can't tell if it's touching.
Okay,
good. He's good to go.
I've seen so many cases of someone not checking those little gaps and then ending up getting surprised.
3rd relic is being brought back. 4th relic is being brought back. So Vortex starting to get the last couple relics. And you know, when it's just 2, doesn't seem like that big of a deal. And now, seeing that it's about to be 4, that makes up for the 9 villager deficit so quick, especially as the game continues on, as gold veins get thinner, as you have to move to more vulnerable locations, and those relics just continue to bring in passive income.
And this map doesn't have a lot of gold. You have quite a few small deposits, but there is not a single large gold vein whatsoever, and a lot of these gold mines are in no man's land. So if this game were to go very long, relics have an amplified importance. And it looks like both players are now content of just digging trenches. I understand Wham's position. He's playing Chinese. He would be happy with the late game. It's going to be tricky for Vortex, though, because he's playing horse archers, and once the walls are complete, horse archers will just struggle so much to do anything, really.
Yeah, I feel like horse archers are so scary at first, and even when they get into bigger numbers, and then as walls finish, it's like, okay, so what do they do now? Like, now they're just archers.
It's not a stand and fight unit. That's the thing. It can work as a backline unit if you have a very robust front line. But once we get to late game, they don't have crazy armor-piercing power. If your opponent starts bringing in palace guards per se, if they have, you know, hand cannoneers on the backline, hand cannoneer palace guard, for instance, that's not a composition that horse archers love to fight into. They're a good general-purpose unit. It's just that once the walls are complete, you kind of lose this element of mobility from them.
Yeah, the mobility diminishes. You can't really do anything with that mobility, and Wham's just doubling down into the immobility. He's going with more and more crossbows on his side to support his chooks, to support the few horsemen and spears that he has as well.
Where have I seen this kind of a game before?
How many nest of bees are?
Yeah.
No, he did not go with the clock tower
zero.
though. So yeah,
He didn't go clock tower, but yeah, I was gonna say we've seen this before today. Chinese player fully walled up, going for a slow-moving composition, and then a Rus player just going very heavy into cavalry, knights and horse archers, but have to face these walls out here. Big difference though, Wham doesn't have the clock tower and he doesn't have a single nest of bees.
yeah. Also, Louis didn't really go for any crossbows during those fights. Didn't have that backline to actually just high base damage mass for the knights, and so he was just mainly all spears and nested bees. So that's the big difference between those two masses here. So little slight differences, and Wham having a little bit of a spearman raid to deny some walls, picking up a villager kill potentially, but not a kill. But at the very least, he denies those walls.
This could be dangerous for Wham here though. He's got quite a few farmers in this little corner. Wham is thinking, Vortex is thinking twice about this one, but he could just go hit the villagers. Wham stayed out there for quite some time. At the same time, as you said, he's got crossbows, and the crossbows are just butchering all these knights and the men-at-arms. This is not a good fight for Vortex.
Yeah, just now gets the warrior monk attack off, so a little bit of a late buff there. Horseman able to circle around to the backside. Some of the knights trying to pull back, but Wham still has the element of reinforcements. The front line of knights are almost all gone, but it still seems like Vortex winning the fight, having enough of a mass here to take down Wham's just infantry mass. There's so many villagers out and about. This looks like a win for Vortex now.
It does. I've looked at the top, seen the crossbow numbers, and said, okay, this should be a cleanup, but the crossbows just weren't there. They were lagging behind whatsoever, but the last few men-at-arms and knights stayed alive for so long, and now the horse archers are detached and they're just slaughtering the villagers. What a swing! In just a blink of an eye, Vortex says, okay, I'm going to finish this fight here. Stands and does fight, and he wins a big engagement here. 17 villager kills now.
Yeah, 17 villager kills. More should be following with that. And more importantly, the horse archer mass is still alive and healthy. It's not like in previous games that we've seen where all of a sudden the horse archer mass is all thrown away. Advantage. Has all that passive income behind this. Vortex is trying to take the lead on this series and get this game done by the 20-minute mark. You said it. It's like the Don Artie gameplay. It's like if it hits 25 minutes, I'm winning or losing.
Boy. And now Vortex is pulling back. I actually love what he's doing right now. He knows fully well how big the damage he did was. He could stay. He could kill a couple more villagers and risk losing his horse archers in turn. But instead, he's saying, okay, now Wham needs to make something happen because I have done a lot of damage. Having said that, Wham is doing just that. He's re-rolling, he's getting a second TC up, and remember, 2 TC Song Dynasty is no joke, but he still needs to be careful about these exposed resources.
Yeah, exposed resources indeed. Having to fall back away from those front berries. Vortex doing everything he can, and both players dropping another TC now.
Vortex probably guessed what Wham was going to be doing here. And Vortex says, okay, if you want to build a villager lead, which is kind of what Wham needs to do in this position, then I will just not let you do it. If you're sitting behind your walls, I will do that as well. Vortex is about to start the Sacred Site timer. Well, he should. I don't know if he's got a Warrior Monk moving to the north, but he definitely should capture the other Sacred Site to force his opponent's hand. Indeed, he is going to do just that.
Wham's just trying to go anywhere and everywhere he can to get resources. We've seen this time and time again today from the player who's walling themselves in. They're trying to get resources from somewhere, but just military is surrounding them.
And the quality of this army is not good for Wham. 11 spear, 11 crossbow, 4 Jugenu. And horse archers are good against everything in there. Horse archers don't like fighting into foot archers simply because of cost efficiency reasons. But there are basically no foot archers in here. Crossbows are perfectly fine for horse archers to fight. And now, Vortex is saying, okay, you are stuck in your base, I will try to probe your walls, and if I see an opportunity, I will dive. But I don't expect Vortex to just try and go in here. I think he's going to probe around, see if there is any opening, see if he can get any freebies, but he might just sit behind, wait for a 9-minute countdown, and see where Wham goes.
Yeah, he is kind of just... I love this play from Vortex where it's actually not the all-in that we typically see. It's not the, okay, it's win or lose here. It's, even if I fail this push, he's going to have the extra economic, you know, support behind it because he went second TC. He has the relics, he has the sacred sites, and walls as well, and a third TC to follow.
I think back in the old days, Vortex would have decided to dive this again and again. That was his play style. He wanted to finish games quick, very micro-heavy, very aggressive in general. I think one of the things that he improved in is that he's now understanding, okay, I still have this aggressive play style, but I need to make sure that I don't throw away games. Players are good at defending. If you keep slugging your army against enemy defenses, you might slip up and just lose the game there. He doesn't need to do that, so he's just going to play a little bit more conservative. I love how he's walling off the sacred site to the north, by the way. Like, he is definitely playing for the sacred site countdown here.
Yeah, and I love he breaks up in the wall, he makes Wham react, and he only sends one knight through. He's like, look, I'll throw this guy away, but it's to get the information. Yeah, it should have been a scout probably. He doesn't have any of those, but he's like, look, I can potentially pick up a villager or two. He sees where the granaries are. He saw that, you know, it's not a full 3 granary transition boom behind this. He should be very, very happy after kind of spotting out that granary location.
He just keeps coming back, probes the berries. He didn't probe the gold mines to the north, by the way. That is where the juicy villager picks are at. But again, offense is the best defense. That's what Vortex says. He's probing these walls, but look at what he's doing behind it. Vortex has absolutely no intent of diving the enemy base. He's just using this highly mobile force probing the walls as a tool to distract the opponent while he's getting his ruse walls up. And those are fortified palisade walls. Those are difficult for Wham to break through.
Yeah, difficult indeed, and Wham is still on that just infantry, slow-moving mass. Vortex, the higher resource cost army, 22 knights, 35 horse archer. He can just constantly run around for the rest of this sacred site timer and not have a worry in the world.
And he's going Imperial. I wonder if it's Paskaya Tower by one of the sacred sites. He's also mining stone, so he's going to keep one of them. Looks like he is just going to go high armory, which is the more conservative and long-term choice. But if he was fully locked in on the sacred site victory condition, his Paskaya Tower on one of those two could have been justified.
Yeah, I mean, going high armory, though, against a full infantry mass, this allows him to get, you know, obviously just that siege pump going on. And if you go siege to defend, you know, a location, how is Wham going to burn through walls, tear down keeps if you have, you know, a couple mangonels with some Imperial Age upgrades in them?
And Vortex went for a third TC. So 3 TCs for him. On the other side, 2 TCs Song Dynasty. That's kind of the same villager production in there. Once again, Vortex is probing the walls a little. If he's given free real estate, he's going to take out some of the production buildings.
And
He's looking for the IO. He sees no resistance.
Yeah, the Wham's army was just more protecting the backside near the granaries, and it's very, very slow moving, so it's just now arriving. It's just now getting there forward. New age begins for Vortex. 5.5 minutes left. Wham knows he needs to do something. A few of the knights split off into the backside and will actually get some villager picks here.
I don't know what Wham can do in this position. He's so far away from Imperial, but in 5 minutes he needs to find a way to decap one of the sacred sites. Both of those are tucked away behind walls. He's facing a premium composition, horse archers, knights. He's losing villagers left and right.
The spears ran away. What are they doing?
Everything is falling apart for Wham. He's going to clean this up, but the cost to pay is just massive. Population is neck and neck, but Vortex has a substantial army value lead. Vortex has 4 relics as opposed to just 1. Wham is down to 80
coming
villagers.
through as well.
Oh man. And Vortex is still mining stone. He is going to drop keeps by this by these sacred sites.
Some more wildlife aggression coming out. That has been a lot of the aggression against Vortex's villagers this game.
Yeah. The wildlife has been running amok.
But the walls have finished on up now. Wouldn't be surprised to see keeps being dropped behind this. I just see 900 stone in the bank for Vortex. Should be dropping one soon, probably more after that. But this is that free real estate you were talking about. Might as well start burning down some of the production, burning down some houses. Wham doesn't look like he wants to take this fight, even with the numbers, even with that all-infantry mass. And Vortex looks like he's happy to. He says, all right, let's go ahead and do this in your base.
I don't like this for Vortex. I think he can win this fight. I just feel like it's an unnecessary risk. Because if you send this army into a choke point against Spearmen and you end up losing somehow, you're going to be in big trouble. I think if Vortex just sits outside the enemy base, there's no way Wham is going to decap one of the sacred sites. But if you get trapped in here and get butchered by the Spearmen, it's a different story.
Well, a couple of those villagers on the gold mine got sniped over the wall. Vortex still taking the fight under the Barbican. He says, I'm fine with this. Horse archers sitting on the backside. Knights being that front line mass. They are nice and tanky, even though they are still fighting against spears and crossbows. A few split off and go onto the archers, go onto the crossbows. And Vortex, he might not have the numbers here. He might not have the best composition to fight against this, but it is still working for him. Numbers are still favoring him. Front line of spears has almost been completely diminished, and he still has a huge horse archer mass to kite back away.
Nice little job by the Knights to tank the crossbow, and more important, the Spearman fire. Normally, you don't want your Knights to tank Spearman damage no matter what. But in this case, it was critical that the Knights stood their ground and they were the ones getting butchered. Because if the Spearman could close distance to the Horse Archers in the back line, it would have been a different story. Those Horse Archers were stuck behind the walls, or between the walls and the Barbican. So Spearman could have actually done a lot of damage there. Nice, I guess, execution from Vortex to keep these alive. And I get the feeling that he just wanted to trade armies to make sure that Wham doesn't have a single death ball to come out of his base and decap the sacred sites with.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you make that army thin and you have walls and keeps behind this, it makes it that much harder to burn through those, get through those, and Wham needs to, you know, spend his resources onto siege or onto rams that he does not have the ability to do so. It's all about massing up numbers to be able to actually take this fight, and a fight that he can't take, another fight that he's going to lose, and finally Vortex is going into some mangonels, and that's really where I think it's game over, even further than it already is.
Remember, Vortex knows that Wham's eco is weaker. So he was just saying, okay, let's trade here because I have an easier time rebuilding my army than you do. Now, Spearmen this time around do jump the Horse Archers. And as you can see, Horse Archers start falling very, very quick. This is not the kind of fight that Vortex wants. But because of the sacred sites, this is the fight he decided to go for. Because any moment that Wham spends fighting in his own base, he is not contesting the sacred sites.
I mean, even still at the end of that fight, there's no more spears on the front side. He's still sitting with 45 horse archers. It's still looking nice and clean for Vortex. I don't think Wham's going to even be able to break outside of those wooden walls that he has for the most part.
Yeah, and even if he did, he lost all his spearmen. He's got 0 torching power to get through the enemy walls. Vortex has this. He's just been depleting the enemy force, making sure that Wham cannot just go all in, pull everything against the sacred sites. He has an age advantage in here, and he's going to move on to match point 8. Very slow game for Vortex's standards, 30 minutes. It's actually longer than the first 2 games combined.
Yeah, I mean, he changed it up. He decided not to all in and just end the game. Instead said, hey, I'm going to put the timer on. You got 10 minutes, but now you got 20 seconds left to move out and stop this. And so the timer seemed to be the correct play for him. Game number 3 is going over to the hands of Vortex. Wham, pulling villagers. They're tanking fire from horse archers. The second layer of walls was about to finish. And Sacred Site victory complete. So now we've seen landmark snipes, we've seen Sacred Site victory, we've seen surrenders. All we have left is wonder now, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that today, though. When you look at this game, though, I think it's pretty clear that this wasn't even a Sacred Site story whatsoever. This came down to two things. First of all, Vortex was able to secure relics, which is always an advantage, but that raid at the 18-minute mark, just devastating for Wham. That was the one time Vortex broke into the enemy base. Initially, it looked like his crossbows, or Wham's crossbows, will just annihilate the men-at-arms and the knights, so the horse archers won't be able to stay for long. But then, the last couple of men-at-arms and knights survived long enough for the horse archers to clean up the crossbows. Horse archers started running around. They decimated Wham's eco, and then it was just a matter of time, you felt.
Yeah, it was quite the game number 3 there. Vortex able to get that lead up now. He's 2-1. And, obviously when you got that lead up now, this is the point where you can feel a little bit more comfortable when it comes to the civ choices. Yeah, you might not have the most comfortable civs left, but you can try to plan, maybe a throwaway civ here for a better matchup next game, or just try to have an all-in strategy, try to have a little different change of pace here for the game number 4, and don't feel as much pressure on your neck as you do if you're Wham on the other side.
Yeah, and I think that plays into Vortex's hand quite well, because he likes to play aggressive. He likes to play quick games here. And as a consequence, he can now afford to play a little bit riskier and just say, okay, let's see if I can finish this series right here. Again, the loser of this series is eliminated from the tournament, so this could be the final game that Wham plays here in EGC Masters Winter.
Yeah, and this is really where, like, that first highlight we just saw is when things kind of start to went downhill for Wham. He was stuck sniping men-at-arms down with archers, put more units into queue when he needed to just rush up to castle and probably just trade the best he could into the horse archers, into the spears on the other side. And then from there, Vortex able to dive the base. This was another big win where takes down the crossbows, takes down the mass, and then cleaned up a lot of villagers in the aftermath here, as we're seeing the horse archers split off, one on the east side, one on the north, and just villagers dying everywhere.
And again, I think part of this story is relics, and I know I'm talking a lot about relics today, but there's just so much value in getting early Castle Age map control. And that's actually a good thing to see. There is an incentive for players to play for the map. There is a punishment if someone is just walled and playing super defensive. And that's what we've seen throughout this day. Players moving out on the map, securing the early relics, and then just forcing the opponent to come out of his base for resources. It's so difficult to break out of your base once you're kind of confined in there.
And now, highlights now kind of coming to the conclude. At this point in the game, this was kind of all over. Vortex just trading back and forth, just throwing away resources because he had resources to throw away, and Wham was stuck in castle. But I'm hearing from the back end, we're probably already getting Game 4 set up. We're going to see what map it is, see what civs it is in just a second, and then we'll be able to jump right into it in the near future.
Boy, it's going to be Lakeside. I understand the logic here for Wham. After Dry Arabia and after Himeyama, I don't think you want to go to Baldland here. But here's the trick. Assume Wham wins this game. The decider game would be played on Baldland, which, based on what we've seen so far, is going to be Vortex territory. First, if Wham wants to get to game number 5 and turn this around, he needs to win Lakeside. He's going to have the Japanese facing off against Vortex's Jeanne d'Arc. Vortex on match point, 1 game away from moving along and eliminating Wham.
seen Japan picked a lot today on the hybrid map, so will it play out again? Only time will tell, as we're about to see these opening builds, see how the game's going to come and play out.
The calm before the storm, the suspense should be ready to go in just a matter of seconds. JD versus Japanese. Here we go. Wham versus Vortex. Wham with the color yellow and Vortex with the color red on the lakeside. This is match point for Vortex. Wham needs a win to stay alive in the tournament.
All the nerves on the line. This is one where obviously both players moving out for their single deep sea fish to start off. There is some shoreline fish, but not as big of an importance. We saw earlier today, Beastie kind of just went for 3 fishing boats or so and just straight up into castle. So will we see that same sort of gameplay? Japanese, a Civ, they wouldn't complain about doing something similar, but fishing boats a little bit cheaper. However, JD, we usually know them for a Civ that likes to play in feudal, likes to pump the knight number up.
Yeah, we've seen this map being played out before. In that case, the Japanese faced off against the Order of the Dragon. This time around, one thing that I will try to pay attention to, I think we should pay attention to it, is Jeanne d'Arc being a tool of harassment on land. The initial part of this map usually plays out on water. If you have a unit that is able to harass on land, you can throw off the water-based builds of your opponent, and that's exactly what you get with Jeanne d'Arc. You don't have to make a production building whatsoever. All you gotta do is walk over your level 2 Jeanne d'Arc, get the archer variant, and harass those gold miners from outside the range of that town center.
Yep, exactly. But we will see if that is the choice from Vortex, Archer variant, or potentially the Melee variant. It is one that, you know, they each have their pros and cons, that opportunity cost. Starting to move out onto the gold, Vortex is now, so we'll be thinking about feudal in the next minute or two.
Yeah, I haven't seen whether it was Jean building the dock or not, but she is going to have the XP she needs to age up, or to get to level 2 by the time Vortex is up to feudal age. And the reason why it's critical is, again, you want to have that tool to put pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, it's JD wouldn't be building that dock because that would be a lot of walking time to come all the way back to then build the gold van and gold mine and whatnot. You want to just keep her nice and tight, and you know, maybe building some houses next to as you'll probably need a house now since the dock was the first one, mining camp house, things like that, and then obviously just gathering on at home. But Wham, it's not just 3 fishing boats, he's up to 4 and already going up to feudal age. It's the Kura storehouse with 7 villagers.
Kura storehouse, 7 villagers, strong commitment to rush feudal, but he is not going to have the shinobi, and most of the farm spots on that Kura storehouse are blocked. So really, this is more about a wood trickle rather than the actual farms. Wham placed it such that he blocks as many farm spots as possible so that he can get that wood trickle.
Yeah, it's also tucked up nice next to the wood line, saves himself that lumber camp as you always see, and there'll still be enough farms to, you know, make him have a nice old feeling, that little bit of food income, but you don't need as many here with having the support from the fishing.
He actually pulled off some of the villagers from the storehouse, so he's not going to rush it with 7 at the end, although a bit of a shuffling coming in here. He's now rushing it with 9. He still is trying to make it to feudal age as the first player. And on the other side, when you're Jeanne d'Arc, you have to consider the fact that under ideal circumstances on a normal land map, you just have a Jeanne building the landmark and that's it, because that's how you get your XP. But here, you have a timer on you. You just gotta get the feudal age ASAP.
Yep. 4 villagers, pulls a few more after he hears the age up come through from Wham, knows he needs that defensive ship in queue as fast as possible because he is now delayed. First boat should be, it's the galleys in queue, should be moving out and about in just a little bit, and that's where Vortex reacts with a Springald ship immediately.
And Vortex is gonna be the defender in this water engagement. Going to open with a Springald ship, so he should have that ready to go by the time the first galley arrives. I'm curious what he's going to do with Jean, though, because I think that's going to be the make or break here for Vortex. He's going to queue up a knight. This is expensive for Vortex to do. Make combat ships, make knights. That's not easy to do. Love the little body block here for Wham. He moves in so that the fishing boats cannot easily garrison.
And JD's starting to move across, but the body block that you just said you love from Wham actually proves to not be a good move as the Springle chip pops out. It's able to cut off the escape and gets taken down. One big pickup for Vortex so far.
And there's a demo coming in from Wham, but nothing else. Vortex has a galley already, so he can snipe that that demo immediately. And now a knight is coming over.
Yes, the
Jean d'Arc is getting over, and now it's a tower being built. Vortex is going to be late, though. Wham anticipated such a move, and now Wham has a tower himself.
Yeah, and the big thing here is Wham canceled the demo and made a galley himself, which was necessary. He had to do so, and loses a fishing boat, though. Is distracted with JD on the tower. I'm not even sure if he's paying attention at all here. He's not. Has his own galley pop out, but there's a Springle chip there. There's nowhere for that to run. The fishing boats need to pop out to heal that up, but there's already a Springle chip and a galley. This is now all Wham on the back foot, and Vortex being the aggressor. The galley falls, water is lost for Wham, and the outpost looks to be going up with JD as well, with knights on the field and nothing to defend it.
The tower is going up here. It's going to harass the wood line. It's going to harass the gold, and Vortex found the magical angle on that gold mine. At the same time, he's getting some more knights rolling, and just look at the position that Wham is in. He's got absolutely no army. He's trying to get naval arrow slits up with no land-based army whatsoever. Now you have the archer variant of Jean, so you can get your, I guess, your magic arrows to one-shot villagers, basically. Bit of a miss micro here running into the TC fire, loses a lot of HP, but still, Vortex is able to put so much pressure on the resource nodes of the opponent.
Yeah, and now once that second knight comes, he can constantly just dive and poke and prod at that gold vein, make Wham just be idled consistently in gold. And you can see what Wham's game plan was. He was trying. It looks like he was trying to go up to castle. He's got 600 gold in the bank already, and that's with gold being idled as well. 2 more villagers falling. Arrow slits upgrades coming on that outpost. Once arrow slits comes through, I don't know what Wham can do.
Yeah, and fishing boats are being pulled by Vortex. He's not messing around. He wants those repairs there. Arrow slits are up on the dock, but they are also up on the tower.
Oh, it doesn't have the vision behind the wood line, I don't think yet. Demo ship pops up, perfect demo! On top of the Springle chip and the fishing boat. Huge pickup for Wham. This is exactly what he needed. Doesn't yet have vision of that wood line with the scout or anything. If he was able to circle around with the scout, that would just fully take away that wood line, it looks like, from Wham.
Wham has got no lifeline with that fight on the water. And here's what he needs to do. He needs to fall back to that gold mine all the way at the back. That is a nice and safe gold mine. Wood is actually a bigger problem for Wham. There is a wood line in that very northern corner. But as things stand, if he falls back to those resources, Vortex doesn't have the tools to deny those. I think that has to be his go-to. For now, he's concerned about the gold.
Vortex with 3 knights, I just run past the TC with 3 knights to the gold vein to the wood line you're talking about. If I don't see any villagers on the initial wood line, you know.
I think you gotta wall more if you're Wham. He's trying to get to Castle, by the way. He doesn't need more gold because he has just what he needs for Castle Age. The walls are being built too slowly, however. He needs to commit more villagers to just re-wall this. And because of all these delays on the food and the gold, now Vortex is making a run for Castle Age himself.
And then making a run for Castle Age with 4 knights, about to be 5 knights out. Floating Gate just got queued up. 9 villagers on it. This is a huge now or never timing here. Wham needs to finish this up. He is moving on to that backside gold vein. He needs gold to be able to queue up any more Mounted Samurai, queue up any military units. He doesn't even have a stables down yet, though.
That's the problem. Wham barely has the resources for a stable. And the thing with the Yorishiro is that it allows you to produce those Mounted Samurai very quickly. But it doesn't matter if you don't have the gold. In fact, if you produce Mounted Samurai very quickly, you need a really strong and robust gold economy. Wham won't even have the gold to make 1 Mounted Samurai when he hits Castle Age, let alone spam them.
Well, that is why I think he just moved out with 10, maybe 15 villagers to that north gold you mentioned earlier behind his base. The big problem for him, though, is this wall. It's at half health, and it's falling quick, and there's no repair that can be made with villagers because JD, Archer variant, is just sitting there ready to use her ability, ready to snipe down any villager that attempts that. The age up finishes for Wham. He does have Onamusha in queue.
God, I don't see this. Onamusha are so fragile that the knights will just charge it, and it's gonna get taken out. And Onamusha aren't cheap. Those units also cost gold. It's either a unit that the knights will straight up ignore and just go for the gold miners, or it's a unit that's just going to get charged down by the knights.
And Vortex, he decides to just charge those Onamusha just like you mentioned. One falls. He also splits one of the knights off to go deny the rest of the gold vein. Villagers did already escape that location. They're sitting out in the middle of nowhere in between TC, in between the gold. Villagers can't move out to the wood line. They can't move out to anywhere, really.
I love the little details that Vortex is paying attention to. As you said, detach one knight, probe the gold mine. Now he's going for the sacred sites with Jeanne d'Arc. He fortified the outpost. So he is not even letting Wham potentially pull villagers and destroy it while the knights are gone. I think really he's maximizing the efficiency of every single piece of unit or building whatsoever he has.
Yeah, exactly. And this is one where that one outpost he has on Wham's side of the map has provided so much value for him. It's information, it's denial, it's damage, it's a little bit of everything. And if he can again get vision on the backside on that wood line, that front wood line essentially gets denied.
I just want to highlight one little detail here real quick, because of course part of this equation is that this gold and wood is very exposed for Wham. This map is perfectly mirrored, basically. The same gold and wood setup is there for Vortex as well. So this was just more about the fact that you did have this ability with Jeanne d'Arc to really pressure early on, and that is what Vortex has been leveraging.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one where that suits his gameplay. It suits his style. He wants to be the aggressor. He wants to be the one that puts his opponent on the back foot, doesn't have to react himself, but be proactive. Sacred Site
Onamusha
timer
count is
starting.
building up, and fair enough, Wham is able to get back on the gold now, so he can start getting some premium units going. But things are a little dicey still, because remember, Vortex is up in Castle Age. He's getting Castle Age Knights rolling now. I don't think he has Royal Bloodlines just yet. In fact, I think he aged with the Guild Hall, so there won't be Royal Bloodlines Knights here.
A little bit of more XP there for JD. Sacred Site victory approaching, but the big key here is that Vortex made the transition to archers, and Wham still only has one Mounted Samurai, about to be two, and Vortex has the numbers to just take the fight head on. He's got 8 knights compared to 2 Mounted Samurai. He's got 10 archers compared to the 7 Onamusha. If the Onamusha try to help the Mounted Samurai out at all, they will just get obliterated, even by that small archer mass.
There is no front line for Wham, that's the problem. Those Onamushas have 80 baseline HP. So if you don't have Mounted Samurai to the front, you're not going to be able to stand and fight. And again, you're facing 10 knights out there. Mounted Samurai are awesome, but you're not going to be able to win against 10 knights. If Vortex started mixing some Arbaletria, things would get even dicier on the other side. And now, this little range that's exposed, if you take it out, you take out one of these buffed production buildings. Nice wrap.
Really good wrap indeed. JD is still staying alive for the time being, and another shot comes off. Mounted Samurai number is able to build up so quick, but just not fast enough. Too many veteran Royal Knights here, too many archers here. JD still here in support, and I mean, there's so many units falling here. I was about to say it. Wouldn't be surprised to see the level 3 come off, and sure enough, level 3 JD, Men-at-Arms, her champions are the ones chosen, and Vortex is keeping up the pressure as expected.
And he gets away with most of his knights. 3,000 destroyed value as opposed to 1,200. A lot of his knights were badly beaten up, and for a moment it seemed like he was going to overstay his welcome and get essentially cleaned up by the town center. At least some of the heavily damaged knights would be. But he pulled off just in time to keep all of these damaged knights alive, and now he's just waiting for the opportunity to loop back around again.
I don't know why he chose the champions instead of the riders, considering Wham's whole defense was mainly the Onimusha and Mounted Samurai. The riders just kind of play very, very well into that. The Onimusha do not trade well into them at all, and they can just run away from the Mounted Samurai. They can be that perfect gold rating unit, or the unit to just dive the backline. But doesn't matter. Instead, Vortex is still just solidifying everything for himself. We've seen the relics now going his way to compound with the sacred sites. More raids, more pressure, more army. He is ready to end this game 3, or in this series 3-1.
He's doing the same thing that he did in the previous game. He's being aggressive, but this is not his win condition. He's trying to win on the sacred sites. He's actually leveraging all that map control with the deer as well. But does take an engagement right here. Once again, Archer is looking to dive the Onimusha. This time around, you do have a lot more Mounted Samurai here, though.
Yeah, the Mounted Samurai, though, still just not numerous enough to deal with all of this. I don't think with JD here, but sure enough, maybe not. I speak too soon. Vortex decides to start running.
He's got artillery coming,
yeah,
but
there
those
it
are
is.
lagging behind.
And so many of those Mounted Samurai are low health, though. It looked like such a bait. Then 3 fall in the blink of an eye. The Arbs are on the way. JD still level 3 and using her ability just does so well against sniping the low health, or even not even low health, like quarter health Mounted Samurai now.
Yeah, I think Vortex went a little too heavy into the archers because I think he anticipated more Onimusha. And then Wham completely stopped making Onimusha. So Vortex was left with an army of archers against Mounted Samurai. That's not going to work out. It takes quite some effort to take out this tower, by the way. I wonder if Vortex will concede this position or he's going to challenge this.
Oh, I think
Looks
he's
like he will
challenging
challenge
it.
this.
He's ready to go. Knights are ready to come charge. They immediately hit one of the lower health Mounted Samurai, snipe that one out, and then the Arbs are here to help support in just a second. More Knights on the way. And the outpost
I think he
is
just
still
wants to make
staying
this
alive.
costly.
And another... JD just keeps sniping down these Mounted Samurais, and it's not even like they're that low of health. It's just, you know, they get so under half, and then they just die.
And the crossbows will butcher them. Like, crossbows are no pushover. John is also there. A lot of these Mounted Samurai are heavily damaged. The Bannerman is still alive, though.
Vortex, though, just taking this fight, kiting it out, and absolutely fine with it. Knight still alive, JD still alive, Arb mass is still healthy, and Wham's Mounted Samurai mass is down to 3, and we only see 1 in picture. Outpost is finally falling. The Outpost is still up from Vortex, and that wood line isn't too much of it left.
There was no range defense upgrade for Wham. And I think we're now starting to see that deficit that all this pressure on the gold and the wood was caused. Desperation time.
The
Wham
army's right
needs
there. He
the
just
wood.
lost the fight. You can't do this. The army's still there.
He doesn't have gold. He needs to fight now or it's over. He needs that gold, but it's going to be too late, and he knows that too.
Over. Vortex able to take the series, take the final game 3-1, and yeah, it might not have been the as long and as crazy of a back and forth, but still a series indeed, still some tight games.
Wow, this was Vortex at its peak, and I don't know what happened against Marine Lord. I'm not surprised that Marine Lord is able to dominate series. That is something that we are used to. Vortex loses 3-0 to Marine Lord. But this Vortex we've seen in this series was one of the most powerful Vortexes I've ever seen. He is still on top of his micro. That was his staple. But I think he refined his gameplay, and he's a little bit more patient compared to what he used to be. And he's exploiting these timers so well. He knows that his opponent's on a timer for gold, the sacred sites, and he's just waiting for them to make that one critical mistake. He's just waiting for them to take a fight that's suboptimal, and we know Vortex is so good when it comes to getting the maximum out of these fights. He's just waiting for your opponent to force that fight.
Yeah. Really, really solid series, solid gameplay. This is where early on, Wham, you mentioned this ship positioning. It's like, oh yeah, he's cutting off the pathing back for the fishing boats. There was only one, or there wasn't enough room for all of them, but that is actually what cost him the galley as well. So this really is what started the pickup on the water, because once you lose that first boat, it's so hard to actually queue up another boat. What do you want to do? You can't queue up a demo because it gets one shot. He has to cancel the demo, queue up a galley, and then it's just he's a step behind from there.
Yeah, really. At the end of the day, this tower is the one that made things happen. That tower just destroyed so many. It really took away so many opportunities from Wham. You just got denied of the wood line. You were forced to go back all the way to that other gold mine. And when that gold mine ran out, all Wham could do is just pull villagers desperately. And I highlighted this throughout the game. The fact that Vortex fortified that tower had such a big impact. It was near impossible to take it out with just, villagers or a handful of mounted samurai. If that tower isn't fortified, this is a completely different game.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely the case. We saw where Wham did win some fights, especially there at the end with this mounted samurai mass. I think this is it right here, where there's just a bit more mounted samurai than expected. The archers, yeah, they do a great job at killing the two Onimusha that are left over, but that's where the rest of this mass gets cleaned up. And usually here, if the outpost isn't fortified, that outpost is gone. Wham can go quickly burn that down, pull villagers, kill it with the rest of his mounted samurai. Wasn't able to do so, and then Vortex is just able to still keep on the pressure, still keep on the aggression.
And that knocks Wham out of EGC Masters Winter. Vortex lives on, and he's going to be waiting his opponent tomorrow. But before we head into the final series of the day, let's hear what Vortex has to say.
Yeah, exactly. We see the finalized little maps and everything, but here is Vortex. Big congratulations, moving on, albeit in the losers bracket, but still final 6. Big congratulations. What was the kind of end all be all of the series? What do you think there?
Yeah, thank you. It was really tough series. I mean, one really drafted well. I think his picks were really scary. Like when I saw the draft, I was like, man, I don't know about this. But then I think I got in control of the games very early on every game, so that was really, really chill for me. I like those games.
I was about to say that is exactly what suits your gameplay. I think Lidicor said before one of the series, he's like, Vortex is like a pre-20-minute gameplay, and it's right in his wheelhouse. I'm not saying you can't play the late game. You just like the earlier game. You like the aggression, and that's where some of your picks kind of played into that as well. However, the one big loss, as obviously we got to pick on you a little bit here, was moving out, which is more of a meme map as well. What was going through your head during the gameplay there?
I mean, talking about this game is actually painful. So I thought he would land on the left side. And for some reason, I thought it was a good idea to be close to him, which obviously isn't because he has the king, right? Like a free unit very early. But I thought my eco is going to be better because I'm OTD, so let's just land on the bottom side close to him. I defend with one spear, and then I will push him hard on land. And
yeah, it was close. You were seconds away.
Yeah. So at some point, I don't know. I just brain farted, I guess, and I was like, he has some ships there, but I'm sure I can cross. Probably the villagers will get there safely. And I don't know. It's one of those things that after you've done the movement, you are like, what the hell am I doing? Like, am I new to this game? Or I don't know. I don't know what was going through my head. Honestly, it got me really confused with, I think he sent a Hulk to the top side. So I thought maybe he would transition there with like all his ships. And when I started moving the transport ship, I didn't have vision of his ship, so I was like, or maybe I did, but I didn't realize, right? So I thought it was a clever move, but apparently it was the worst possible thing I could have come up with.
Yeah, it was definitely the perfect storm that he did, because like you said, he sent a ship to the top side. He also hit with the king right as that was happening too, so it was just the perfect storm of everything together. But the good thing is you move past it. You said, all right, let's just forget about that frustrating game, and then again, just we're able to play right into your wheelhouse with the rest of the series. going on to I always kind of like to talk about the match decider, because sometimes people are like, oh, I picked that, like Beastie, he was like, oh, I picked Mongols just because I was like, hey, maybe it's kind of a throwaway civ, I could get a good matchup, but it also leads maybe a game number 5 for a favorable matchup. Is that what you kind of picked, or was it one where you're like, I'm ending it in game 4 right here?
So I had 2 options. Realistically, I could play either Ottoman or JD, and my first thought was Ottoman because I think it's probably better on that map. But then I remembered that Papipo, and then I guess WAM as well, they like to play this fast arrow slit thing where they just play like 3 ships and they give up water. So I thought JD with a tower rush on his gold would be clever against that. And honestly, maybe it was, but I think if he had double tower, he would have held. But yeah, it was not like a throwaway pick. Like I kind of, because of his style, I kind of thought that it would be a good idea to just go tower rush with JD there.
Yeah, and sure enough, the tower rush, you ended up getting one down. Maybe not in the first position you wanted. You started building the outpost right as his finish, and you go, oh no. But I think the spot you ended up finishing it up at might have been an even better location just because of the wood line pressure as well. So kind of maybe a blessing in disguise there for you.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I don't even know why I wanted to place it on like the bottom side at first. Like that was for sure a much better one.
Oh, well, there you go. Any finalized moments you want to say before moving on to the next series, getting to watch from afar and prep for the rest of the tournament?
Not much. I mean, I just want to thank everyone that's supporting me, especially the Spanish community or the Spanish speaking, right? And also, I just want to say that I kind of derped against Marine Lord, but next time I play against him, I'm gonna get him for sure. I will get a decent draft, just a little bit, and then I will crush him for sure. He's really bad, actually. Those games were so lucky.
Yeah, I think that most people would agree with you on that, like couple final statements there. Marine Lord being bad, and he's typically just lucky. Better to be lucky than good, though, is what they all say. But we'll be cheering you on from afar, especially I know this is with the Spanish community behind you. So look forward to seeing the rest of the series, the rest of the games. But we still got one more to cast today, so making sure the fans and everyone else will stick around for the series of Baltoon versus Louis MT.
Well, that just leaves one series to be settled today. We've already seen the opening round of the upper bracket, Marine Lord taking out Vortex 3-0, and then Vortex coming back strong against WAM, winning 3-1. WAM lost to Beastie and then got eliminated by Vortex in the lower bracket. Papipo did take Baltoon out 3-0. And we've also witnessed an absolutely stunning series between Louis MT and Anatan. Anatan, after winning that series 3-2, now is facing off against Papipo. And now we just have one more series to settle. It is Baltoon versus Louis MT, another elimination match coming up here. And tomorrow we will bring you the semifinals of the upper bracket and the quarterfinals of the lower bracket. Marine Lord versus Beastie, an absolute banger tomorrow, and then Papipo versus Anatan. Only one of the 2 Canadian brothers are still alive, and then the losers of those matches will play Vortex, and the winner of Baltoon versus Louis MT. The tournament does wrap next weekend with the upper bracket finals, the lower bracket semifinals and finals, and lastly the grand finals. And of course, this is not the only event here at EGC TV. We already have some other events announced. Most importantly, for you AoE4 fans, the Elite Classic 3 is coming. It is a classic tournament, one of the most beloved tournaments by the community at EGC TV. We're extremely hyped about that. And EGC Masters also continues with EGC Masters Summer later this year.
And Lobby is prepped, ready for the last series of the day. And it's a matchup, it's a map, it's a series that I think we already saw. It seems like it's deja vu over here. It's going to be English versus Byzantines on Cliffside.
All right, English versus Biz. The Longbow Civ versus the Imposter Longbow Civ. We've seen this before. In fact, I gotta go back in my logs real quick. We've seen this exact matchup in Anatan versus Louis MT, but that time, Anatan had the Byzantines and Louis had the English, and Louis lost. So maybe, in hindsight, he had some time to think about this one. these two players were ready to go while Vortex versus Wham was going on. So both of these players had some time to do some theory crafting and some planning for this series. And Louis MT might have looked at that game and said, actually, I like Byzantines here more. He's going to play the same matchup that he played in the opening round versus Anatund, but this time around, he has the Byzantines against Baltoon's English.
Yeah. And the timer might be a little deceiving. Game is ready. Action is ready. So let's jump on into the first game of the final series of the day. We have Louis MT as the Byzantines against Baltoon as the English. And we even get a little bit of an extra skip right into Feudal Age. Exactly what we need. Exactly what we want.
Who cares about Dark Age here? In we go to Feudal Age, getting to the fun part of things. Council Hall just now finishing for Baltoon, Louis MT with the Grand Vinery, and Louis MT went for a wall in the middle right away, so he's going to block that most obvious passage towards his base.
Yeah, and we saw that from the exact gameplay from Anatand earlier, actually, with the English side. It was, actually, no, it was the Byzantine side, where he dropped some early walls down and did the exact same thing on Cliffside. And it's one that if you're able to get the mid-map control, and it just makes it that much harder for any aggression to come out, if there is any. English going with a different gameplay, though. Louis went for Abbey of the Kings when we saw this matchup. Baltoon says, no, I can outproduce you on this longbow.
And he's right. If it's flat-out longbows from the English versus the longbows of the Byzantines, the problem the Byzantines face is that they are limited on production. Byzantine longbows are a great auxiliary unit, but it's not enough to just play one-on-one. Now, Louis MT is going to open Horsemen, but it means that he has yet to get his first unit out. His Berry villagers will be harassed. But I don't know if Baltoon anticipated Horsemen so early, because he's got absolutely no Spearmen out here defending these longbows.
Yeah, and the key is there's no range damage either. Scout does tank up a shot. Horseman's down to half health. Good micro by Baltoon, pulling back the lower health longbow, and actually cleans up the first Horseman before a longbow even falls. He's just going to double down on the longbows. It feels like another Horseman comes out. You cannot take this if you're Louis, though, but it might be forced to. He wants those berries. He wants that olive oil. He's so close to that first contract. Yeah, and there's the 500 olive oil. He needs to be able to do the contract and have enough for it.
Yeah, sending that one Horseman, it wasn't a good setup for Louis. He had to do it to protect the Berry villagers, but looks like Baltoon isn't messing around. This is day one Age of Empires after release, English longbow rush. He's getting a tower up here. It's going to have that buff as well for Network of Castles, and Louis needs to be careful. He does have his scout, so he does have vision on this. And he's opening javelin throwers here, so he's not going to go longbows, he's going javelins.
I actually don't like this blow. Like, while yes, it is the counter unit to longbows, the big problem here is you just don't get as many numbers as you would expect. Yeah, you have 4 pop on out, but the longbows, if they're so numerous, they can snipe down those javelins before they even get into range, before they actually get to utilize their effectiveness.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if you have Horsemen, Horsemen plus the longbows you get from your olive oil, I think that's a fine setup for you. I actually love this little gate and this whole setup that Louis MT had here. I wonder if Louis MT anticipated the longbow rush right away, and that's why he went for these Dark Age walls. Because now this is an interesting setup where he can just run through the middle, but Baltoon cannot, so Baltoon has to pull all his forces back. And I think that Louis MT is starting to stretch out the defenses here a little. Baltoon's slow-moving army is just slow to catch up.
Yeah, and this is always the problem at the high elo with longbows. It's like, yeah, they're great, especially when you mass up this number. I mean, 16 longbows at the 7.5 minute mark, it's a ton. But they can't attack anything. They're so immobile. These high APM players, they're so good at just constantly poking and prodding at your reinforcing line, so then the longbows get stuck forward and you have to pull them back.
That's a lot of longbows from Baltoon, but nothing else. I feel like this could easily get disastrous for him. Louis MT is gonna get to Castle Age, and if he starts getting some cataphracts out, those will just absolutely butcher all these longbows.
Indeed, it will. He's going ahead getting ranged damage in. Baltoon is, but is this going to be enough? Louis just trying to stay out of vision.
Look at how careful that micro is.
He's just barely revealing himself, though.
I wonder if this is deliberate, though. Because he wants to go to Castle and he doesn't want to fight this. So I think this might just be a game where he's like, okay, I'm going to pretend I am trying to sneak, but I'm intentionally revealing myself so you know I'm still back at home. And that means that Baltoon needs to keep all his longbows here. Baltoon is just now moving up. By the time he's going to arrive, the Golden Horn Tower is complete.
Yeah, he did drop a barracks right next to that gold mine, so his idea is to queue up a couple spears, defend himself, allow him to move forward with those longbows, but right as he finishes the barracks and looks away, the horsemen decide to dive.
It's problematic for Baltoon for so many reasons. This composition, or, well, I don't know if I can really call this composition, longbows alone, to be fair. This is something that can work in late game once the map has been sectioned off, but that is not the case right now. And Louis MT doesn't have a lot of troops. He made 3 horsemen, that was it, plus the javelins. But those horsemen are able to put so much pressure on Baltoon, and I don't know, Baltoon might have overreacted a little because he kept his longbows back at home all day, all night. Maybe it would have been better to go early spearmen and just keep 2 spearmen back at home, keep up the pressure with the longbows.
And now this allows Louis to go ahead and get the contract upgrade. He can also queue up some cataphracts if he so desires, which could just decimate a longbow army. There are spears there now to have a little bit of extra support, but as production buildings are attempted to be built, they are immediately getting canceled. There's so many villagers trying to do this production, and Baltoon, he can still deny those under the town center if he moves forward and does this quick ram being drop. If he focuses the production, Louis will have a hard time coming up and matching this, even with the Varangian guards, even with units that are, you know, the castle age variety. Baltoon, though, first focusing the Merc House, it looks like.
I like the Varangian pick here. There is nothing that the English can do in Feudal Age against the Varangians. At the same time, you need some numbers, and I think the reason why Louis is committing the Javelins is to thin out those longbows. If you have a large clump of longbows like that, they can actually grind down Varangians if you only have 1 or 2 of them. Nice little flank by the horsemen. It's all about just taking out some of these longbows so that your Varangians can get out in numbers. And now the villagers take out the ram. I think everything is falling apart for Baltoon.
Yep. Javelin throwers are slowly closing down the distance. He's going to be stuck in Feudal Age. Doesn't have the rest of his reinforcing mass there. Even as it gets there, the Varangians are already on top of the longbows, already on top of the spears, the infantry mass. Baltoon doing what he can, but now he's not denying any resources. He's not actually causing any pressure. Louis is feeling safe and secured. Ranged armor on its way.
The problem is, as you said, for Baltoon, sure, he might even win a fight and push his opponent back to the base, but next time around you're going to have a bunch more Varangians coming in. Now, range defense was missing from Louis MP, so he's just now getting the Feudal Age tech for that. And fair enough, if you're Baltoon, you will need to find your way up the Castle Edge. The question is, can you stall this game until you do? I don't think that's the case, but he needs to do just the thing that he's doing right now. Pressure the gold mine and see what kind of a distraction he can cause while he's going Castle. He's just so far away from Castle Edge.
The ranged armor provides, though. He just a second ago he was 2-shotting those javelins. When he had about 16 or so, he was just about 1-shotting them, I think. Now it's like 5 or 6 volleys for the longbows. That was all that he needed, and that's only the first ranged armor. If Louis is able to get enough gold, those Varangians, those javelin throwers, they're going to be untouchable.
I just don't know where Baltoon is going with this. He's queuing more spearmen, queuing more longbows, but his army is totally useless against what Louis MT has out there. Louis MT has the direct counter plus an age up advantage, and I don't see Baltoon piling up resources for Castle. Granted, he's doing the right thing. He's trying to pressure the gold mine, trying to create a distraction, but we've gotten to the stage where Louis MT doesn't care, because Louis MT is going to do the same thing. Now this could be interesting. If you can pick off a couple of villagers here, then maybe there's a super slim chance. But as long as Baltoon is in Feudal Age, he doesn't really have a chance of winning this game.
And he's going to be stuck in Feudal Age. The Varangians that moved over his side of the map, I honestly thought Louis was just going to sit under the town center, but I guess maybe waiting for the second set of ranged armor to do so. But you can already see it here. Like, as these units stop and try to fight, the fights, with Baltoon's doubling the numbers during these fights and still losing them.
And longbows are slow. They're slower than normal archers. It's easy for the Varangians to catch up. It's easy for the Javelins to catch up. And most importantly, the Varangians are still pushing Baltoon's base. Quick game number 1 here. It feels like Louis MT had Baltoon's number. Baltoon tried a very old school English longbow push. It simply didn't come together.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one where just the thing of the early walls that Louis dropped, I think, was the key difference. If Baltoon had the ability to just rally down the center, move back and forth, attack the different sides of Louis' eco just from that central point, it would have been a whole different game. Instead, he had to run a full circle all the way around. It allowed the horsemen a free cutoff, a free just stopping of any of the reinforcing mass, and sure enough, gave Louis just enough breathing room.
Rough game here for Baltoon, and that military graph is very, very deceiving, by the way. Like, you had a gigantic lead in army value, sure enough, but the moment those first costly units started coming out for Louis MT, there was just no comeback for Baltoon. And I think the worrisome detail here for Baltoon is that the map pool looks fairly standard. I don't see anything chaotic, no moving out whatsoever. And it's going to be difficult for him to take out Louis MT on these more classic-looking maps. Lakeside might be a bit of a difference. Order of the Dragon versus Japanese. It's a matchup that we've seen before. In that case, the Japanese won, but it wasn't because of this early mid-game. It was a late-game setup that we've seen on Four Lakes. In early game, you get the feeling that the Order of the Dragon actually have a decent matchup against the Japanese.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where I honestly wouldn't even be too surprised to see both civilizations kind of play the similar game plan, you know, kind of play this maybe 1-2 military ships, not too much of a fishing boom, and then trying to get up to Castle Age. Both of the civs like to do that quite a bit. That's when you usually see, you know, mounted samurai versus the gilded knights and things of that sort. And both of the civs have their own kind of prowesses on the water, so I, you know, wouldn't be too surprised to see this game be a tight one, be an even one, but that's one where any of these early water trades could tilt that very, very fast.
Into game number 2 we go. Lakeside Louis MT with a 1-0 lead. Baltoon fighting for this tournament alive here. It is the Japanese for Baltoon with red, and on the other side, the Order of the Dragon with Louis MT in yellow. And we are going into Lakeside here for a somewhat hybrid map, although from what we've seen, it's actually a pretty chaotic map in many ways. You do have a little naval combat, but oftentimes things come down to what you can do on land.
Indeed. But yet again, getting to jump on a little bit further past the boring start of the game, back into where the action's not necessarily going to start, but we're getting closer to the action. Fishing boats are already out, scouting already done for the most part. And on both sides, we've seen, you know, 3-4 fishing boats, and that's it so far.
That's kind of what you're expecting right here. No surprise on that front. I'm curious how Louis MT is going to play OOTD here, though. We could just see a straight rush to Castle Age. Of course, you could have some naval combat, but I get the feeling that Baltoon's go-to is going to be Mounted Samurai here. Question is how Louis MT is going to deal with them. Is he just going to go Dragon Spearman, or is he potentially thinking about Gilded Knight? He is opening with a Minework Palace, though, which is a change-up from what we've seen in the previous Japanese versus OOTD matchups.
And that is definitely a change indeed. Usually you'll see that, you know, Chapel, you'll see that just a little bit of extra eco bonus that you got, especially being a macro player like Louis is. He usually plays for that late game. Baltoon going for the Cura Storehouse. That has been the choice every single time on this map. Shinobi, they're all about that early timing, and there's nowhere really to punish with early timing with Shinobi on this map.
This is a weird one. Because frankly, you're absolutely right. Like, Shinobi is just weird. Well, actually, never mind. For a moment, I thought we are actually going for Shinobi here, but you're right. Shinobi just make little sense here. It is the Kura storehouse. I was gonna say Shinobi could have been interesting if your opponent goes super heavy into infantry with the mine work, because Shinobi do get bonus damage against melee units. But I do agree. I think Kura storehouse just makes more sense here.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we are now. We're Feudal Ages finishing up in the next couple seconds. And that's one where I would expect Galley immediately in queue, honestly, on both sides.
Interesting choice that it's I don't think it's gonna be galleys on both sides. I think one of the players has to go for a hawk immediately, and that is going to be the defending player. Nothing from Baltoon yet. I wonder if Baltoon is completely skipping water and saying, okay, it's a rush to Castle Age, and I'm willing to concede my fishing eco if that is what it takes. And Louis is moving on to stone, probably just some emplacements. I wonder if he's going to try to get a tower up in front of the enemy base.
No, I think this would be more for just a couple long drop-offs, get emplacements on your dock, and just play your own game. Both players are going to want to go to castle, I think.
Yeah, you're right. Louis is actually getting the resources for castle. I'm just curious because I'm trying to think of the way he would play this with mine work. Is it mine work into Burgrave and then indeed weapon emplacements on the dock? That seems to be the go-to for him.
And still so far, we've seen one galley come out, but it is exactly kind of what I was assuming, though. It is Castle Age. I think both players want to play the mobile knight game. Gilded Knights and Mounted Samurai.
Yeah, when you match your opponent in Castle Age timing, you could actually do that because you still have a legitimate chance of getting relics, and maybe you go Ragnets. I still think it's going to be a Burgrave Palace build here from Louis. And I wonder if he's going to open with Spearmen initially. Because you know that the opponent is going to go for Mounted Samurai, and Gilded Spearmen are still a really good answer to them.
Indeed, they are, and sometimes you'll see that little bit of a combo out of both units, where it'll be the spears initially, kind of take the map control, be able to move out a little bit, and then be able to do some raiding. It is Galley versus Galley, though, from Louis and Baltoon. So that's usually the first ship chosen by both players. You can be defensive with it if it's just the Galley coming from your opponent. You can be offensive with it and take down, the AoE fire on the fishing boats. And there is the Burgrave indeed coming from Louis, but Baltoon a couple seconds away from aging himself.
Yeah, there's going to be no surprise there with the floating gate. It's big for the Louis MT that he's got a head start going into Castle Age, though. For now, it's just junk v-junk, bit of a spin micro, but nothing too crazy. This is just a sideshow at this point. For now, it's just some harassment. Once Louis MT is low HP, he's going to fall back. There's a floating gate. So I'm curious, because if you go Burgrave and Minework, I don't think you commit a lot to cavalry. You're basically wasting your two landmarks if you do. And you don't really have the economy to make infantry and cavalry at the same time, at least not initially.
Yeah, and you can see the resources in the bank as these landmarks are finishing. You got enough for a couple units, but it is not this constant spam going on, especially if some of the eco starts getting idle, starts getting focused a little bit.
There it is. It's going to be Spearman opening. If you're Louis, you do want to pick up relics, though. We've seen this over and over again. If you miss out on 4 out of 5 relics, you're going to be in a very troublesome spot.
That is absolutely the case. Obviously, you got your one easy secured relic, but it's all about the line of 3 in the center of the map. And not only that, it's the sacred sites to follow after. It's that constant extra trickle of gold. Barracks being dropped from Baltoon. And 3 Mounted Samurai already in queue as well. Meanwhile, it's just the spears moving across for Louis so far.
I wonder if it's Onabu Geisha or Foot Samurai. For now, it's Onabu Geisha. interesting choice because they won't really fare well against these rather tanky Order of the Dragon troops. But they do stack really well. Once you have a flood of Onabugeisha, you can just use 2 layers of them and still do a lot of damage to these OOTD troops. But for now, Louis MT has Baltoon's number. The initial Dragon Spearman will push away the Mounted Samurai. Of course, you do get a freebie if you are if you're Baltoon. You can get away from 1 hit with the deflective armor. But once those spearmen start beating you up, it's gonna get nasty.
Yeah, and Baltoon was asking for a little bit of help from that wolf. A little bit of damage went down onto the spear, but not enough to make it too big of a difference. And the good thing about Baltoon's composition is he can utilize the mobility to try to catch off the reinforcing prelates as they are not grouped with the army. And that's where Louis obviously needs to make sure he's constantly escorting the prelate, as we just see it at the top of the screen. Spearman moving back to do exactly that, cut off where those mounted samurai could potentially try to circle for a kill.
Love the walls from Louis MT here. I think he learned the lesson from the series against Anatan. He cannot afford cavalry to run circles around him. He almost... Essentially, that series was lost on the fact that Anatan was always able